doubtful. It was set up in a very political setup, or rather, set up in a political circumstance. It happened during the counting of the census, Caesar Augustus, many years. That's need for a census. We have tried in our nation to have a census. It's not that easy. But this one was done. Jesus Christ was born within that circumstance of Caesar Augustus, the census. And they had to go back to their place of origin, which was Bethlehem. They went back to Bethlehem. It was in the process that Mary started the process of giving birth to Christ. My dear brothers and sisters, it is once more Christmas, a period that the church celebrates the birth of Jesus Christ. Actually, it should be a commemoration of the birth of Jesus Christ. That's what we are doing. Christ was born as a very simple being, human being, poor human being, coming to perform the action of a Messiah. He is the Messiah. Swaddling cloth, very poor circumstance, couldn't even find a place in the inn. So you don't need to be born a prince in order to save. That's one message. You can save human beings, you can bring succor and happiness to human beings in your circumstance. So that's what Christ did, that in his human, poor circumstance, he became man. My dear brothers and sisters and all those who are killing all kinds of animals today and celebrating, if Jesus Christ was not humble enough to come down from his divinity down to our humanity, it would have been very difficult for us to be celebrating. But we should understand what we are celebrating. We are celebrating our liberation. You see, actually the Jews were expecting a very powerful Messiah. And that was why John the Baptist, the baptizer, when he was in prison, he was already in prison. Why was John in prison? Because John was condemning the status quo, what was happening then. It's just like today in Nigeria. We know that things are not wonderfully good for the poor people. When John started saying it openly, they took him and imprisoned him. While in prison, he started hearing of the wonderful things that Jesus was doing. But then, this Jesus, whom he expected to come in with fire and brimstone, is talking of love. He's not talking of AK-47. He's talking of getting people, convincing people, giving them freedom. John said, no, please go and ask him, is he the one we're expecting? Or how should we expect another person? And like those who are with us, or who are celebrating Christmas with us, Jesus answered, very simple thing. And that is the message of Christmas. He said, told the disciples of John, go back and tell John the Baptist, the blind see, the deaf hear. These things are very symbolic. The blind see, they see the truth. The deaf hear again. People who even died were raised up. Above all, the good news was preached to the people. Good news of love, good news of redemption. So, my dear brothers and sisters in Nigeria, let us take these things that symbolize the personality of Jesus Christ, giving people light, making people to hear better, giving them the good news of hope. These are the things we should preach. So as you are eating your rice and taking your cake and taking shawarma, remember there are people who cannot even take good drink. Today, make efforts to go and feed them. There are old people who have been left by their probably rich children. If they are around you, try to show them some kind of love. Street beggars, give them something. You know, it's not enough to tell them, it will be well with you. Do something. And never you say you cannot do anything. Remember that Jesus Christ, whom we are celebrating, was a poor human being, though a very rich God. So in your circumstance, do something to make this day a very happy day. For those who are governing us, we are begging. Every year we continue to talk about the bad situation, and we are pleading that when we are celebrating Christmas, I will be very slow in saying that this year's Christmas economically is better than that of last year. But please make effort to make sure that that of next year will be better.
Like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, I want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
It's important that we know in our nation, Nigeria, and in the midst of all that is happening, that Christmas is not a season. I mean, I bring this from the depth of my heart. It is a revelation. It is God stepping into our situation, and with the greatest gift we have ever received. The gift, the gift that has double importance. The gift of a child by Mary, but gift of a son given to us by God himself. I quote Isaiah 9:6. For unto us a child is born, and unto us a son is given. Listen, child is born in that circumstance, but a son is given. The meaning of Christmas really is God is with us. Emmanuel is with us. At every point of celebration in these days, we must remember that God is with us. With us in every situation, in our businesses, in our homes, and in whatever we do in politics. God has stepped into your pain. Remember this. And your shame and your embarrassment. That situation must be ready to recognize that a son is given to help you to come out of the situation. Christmas, generally, the mission is to serve and restore. To serve humanity and restore humanity. Unto us a child is born. Unto us a son is given, and the government shall be on his shoulders. And he shall be called Wonderful, Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace, Mighty God. Did you hear that scripture? Unto us a child is born, and unto us a son is given. The government of your home, government of your nation, government of your business, government of your church shall be on his shoulders. It shall be called Wonderful, Wonderful, full of wonders. Almighty Father, everlasting Father, mighty God, Counselor, Prince of Peace. It's a season to behold the good of heaven amongst us. As we celebrate, we must pause to know that is a God section of it. In your rice, in your chicken, and whatever you do, remember that he came to bring life and life more abundantly. There are some of the things that will happen in this as we remember the birth of our Lord Jesus Christ. Every chain ever held you. Every chain ever held you. At the beginning of the year 2025, you have the opportunity to go into prayers that the chains may break. Chains of poverty, chains of threatening kidnapping, chains of hunger can be broken. It is a miracle time. It is the time to know that for God so loved the world that he gave. What did he give? His only begotten Son. Mary gave birth to a child, but Father in heaven gave us a Son. We celebrate both, and we thank God for it. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. Amen.
Welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. Your trusted window to the major developments across Nigeria and the global community, coming to you in the warmth and joy of the Christmas season, a time of peace, goodwill and reflection. As families gather to celebrate hope and togetherness, we bring you the stories shaping our nation and the world. So please stay with us. I'm Deborah Wakoba. Glad to have you join us. Nigeria orders shutdown of terrorist social media accounts. Nigeria Customs introduces high-tech scanners to end manual checks. And on foreign news headlines, we have Libya mourns top general after plane crash in Turkey. President Trump recalls more than a dozen African ambassadors. And in business, Ekiti State first to domesticate National Tax Act. And in entertainment, Toyin Abraham's Oversabi anti-hit 100 million naira opening. Anita Joseph speak out on split with husband MC Fish. Now to the news in details. The federal government has intensified efforts to combat terrorism online, collaborating with global tech giants TikTok, Meta and X to identify and remove accounts used by criminals. Major General Damu Laka and General Laka stated that by working directly with these platforms, authorities have successfully dismantled several high-profile criminal profiles operating with impunity. He highlighted that digital tools are now integral to tracking and neutralizing terrorist activities across the country. The government is also addressing new terror financing methods, noting that the kidnappers are increasingly exploiting point-of-sale accounts to receive ransom payments. Acknowledging security challenges linked to stability in the Sahel region, General Laka assured that Nigeria is adapting its strategies. He emphasized that the country's compliance with international anti-money laundering standards has led to arrest and asset seizures and promised stronger physical and digital counter-terrorism measures in 2026. Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State has ruled out cash handouts as a solution to poverty, saying they fail to deliver long-term improvements in living standards. Makinde emphasized that government's role is to create an environment where citizens can assess opportunities and improve their economic conditions. The governor criticized conditional cash transfers promoted by the World Bank, citing the state's alternative, the Sustainable Action for Economic Recovery program. The initiative focuses on supporting productive activities rather than direct consumption. Under SAFER, Oyo State spent 100 million naira monthly to subsidize transportation for students, the elderly and the physically challenged. Makinde says this ensures 20,000 people, workplace, schools to effectively funding productivity. Makinde warned that giving money or houses without a sustainable foundation can undermine communities, referencing failed housing projects that became shanties. He reiterated that the government's priority is to deliver infrastructure and services that enable citizens to remain productive contributors to the economy. The Nigerian Customs Service is preparing for paperless cargo clearance with the FS 6000 scanning system at Apapa Port. Deputy Comptroller General Abakiri, the new scanner can process up to 200 containers per hour, significantly reducing port dwell time and demurrage costs. Customs official noted that manual inspections will be largely replaced and images will be synced with electronic declarations in real time. Adebakin stressed that the project is a collaboration between the Customs Service, APM Terminals and the Trade Modernization Project. The initiative aims to boost Nigerians' ease of doing business while ensuring compliance with international trade standards. Lagos State Lady Dr. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu has called on Nigerians to show compassion and support for the less privileged this Christmas. Speaking at the last semi-organized Christmas Carol service in Alausa, she emphasized the importance of giving and spending time with those in need. Dr. Sanwo-Olu praised Lagosians for resilience despite economic challenges and highlighted progress in safety and disaster management across the state. Last summer, Permanent Secretary Dr. Olufemi Oke-Osiyitolu said the agency has decentralized operations, establishing local emergency management committees in all 20 local governments and 37 LCDAs. Officials noted that emergency work is high risk and the Carol service offered a moment of thanksgiving for staff who respond daily to accidents and disasters. Dr. Sanwo-Olu expressed gratitude to the workforce for the dedication. The First Lady concluded with prayers for a prosperous and safe 2026, reiterating the government's commitment to the welfare of the vulnerable and continuous improvement in emergency response. Residents of Ozokwele Unzunuka in Anambra State have petitioned Governor Charles Soludo over land grabbing activities threatening their community. The concerned residents of Omalima layout allege that armed men are forcibly taking over properties, claiming to act on official orders. The situation escalated last Tuesday when invaders blocked owners from entering the land and demolished homes, fences, and all the Saints Anglican Church. Community leaders insist all residents purchase land legally and hold valid documentation. An investigative journalist was reportedly assaulted while documenting the incident. Witnesses identified a key invader as one man 30, claiming to operate under the office of the special advisor. Residents are demanding an independent investigation to expose those misusing government authority. They argued Governor Soludo to intervene promptly to restore order and prevent further escalation. Governor Peter Mbah of Enugu State has sworn in 2 new commissioners to boost his administration's governance momentum. Mr. Osinachi Naji was appointed Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, replacing Dr. Kingsley Ude, while Dr. Charles Egumbe becomes Commissioner for Chieftaincy Matters and Rural Development. The inauguration took place at the Executive Chambers, Government House, with the governor stressing that there will be no holiday for appointees. He emphasized that the Ministry of Justice is central to project clearance, contract approvals, and investment process. Governor Mbah highlighted the importance of traditional institutions and rural administration, noting that Egumbe's ministry will strengthen governance at the grassroots levels. He directed both commissioners to immediately begin work to meet the expectations of the people. Speaking on behalf of the new commissioner, Najese and Egumbe pledged to support the governor's vision and ensure efficient execution of policies, promising to drive the administration development agenda forward. Now, news around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms like Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Nigeria orders shutdown of terrorist social media accounts. Nigeria Customs deploys high-tech scanners to end manual checks. And coming up shortly, Libya mourns top general after fatal plane crash in Turkey. President Trump recalls over a dozen African ambassadors. And on business news, Ekiti becomes first state to domesticate National Tax Act. And entertainment, Tony Abraham's of Wasabi Auntie hits 100 million naira opening. Anita Joseph breaks silence on split with husband MC Fish. We'll be right back.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premier current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap for ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Libya is in mourning after Army Chief of Staff Muhammad Ali Ahmed al-Haddad died in a plane crash in Turkey. Al-Haddad was returning to Tripoli on Tuesday following official meetings in Ankara. 4 other senior officials, including the Ground Forces Commander and the Director of Military Manufacturing Authority, also died in the crash. Turkish authority launched a search immediately after radio contact with the Dassault Falcon 50 was lost less than an hour into the flight. Wreckage was found near Keskavak village in Ankara's Hayamna district. Reports suggest the crew requested an emergency landing shortly before the crash. Investigators from Turkey and Libya are working to determine the cause. Early findings point to a possible electrical failure prior to the loss of communication. The Tripoli-based government of national unity has declared 3 days of official mourning. A Libyan defense delegation is expected to travel to Ankara to assist the investigation. The incident comes a day after Turkey extended its military deployment in Libya for 2 more years. Chinese authorities have accused 2 Taiwanese citizens of leading the smuggling operation responsible for damaged subsea cables. The public secretary, Biru in Weihai, said the men, surnamed Chen and Chen, were behind illegal activity aboard the Hong Tai 58 vessel. China has issued a 250,000 yuan bounty for information leading to the arrest. The Chinese government claimed the 2 men had been on a customs most wanted list for more than 10 years. Beijing insists the cable damage resulted from illegal frozen goods smuggling, not a state-sponsored act of sabotage. The case has been intensified tensions between Beijing and Taipei. China actress Taiwan's Democratic Progressive Party of maliciously hyping the situation while suggesting Taipei condones smuggling crimes for political gain. Taiwan has yet to respond to the latest allegation. The incident highlighted risks to vital subsea communication infrastructure amid rising cross-strait tensions. Australian authorities have cancelled the visa of a 43-year-old British national for promoting Nazi ideology and inciting violence against the Jewish community. The man was arrested in Cambodia after posting banned symbols and hate speech online. Police seized weapons including axes, knives and swords adorned with swastikas from his home. He faces multiple counts for displaying prohibited symbols and using the internet to offend. Home Affairs Minister Tony Borg said visa holders are guests and those spreading hate cannot stay. The move follows new Australian laws strengthening penalties for hate crimes. The man is in immigration detention in Brisbane. Authorities will decide whether to deport him immediately or after a court appearance in January. This is the second high-profile deportation for right-wing extremism in recent months. The United States has formalized a $2.3 billion healthcare partnership with Madagascar, Sierra Leone, Botswana, and Ethiopia. The initiative aims to tackle priority disease threats and reduce long-term reliance on foreign aid. Under the agreement, the U.S. will provide $1.4 billion while the 4 nations co-invest $900 million. The funding comes with strict benchmarks, timelines, and consequences for non-performance. Officials said the approach promotes a co-investment model ensuring recipient countries take ownership of their health outcomes. Each memorandum of understanding sets clear targets for measurable impact. The partnership reflects a strategic shift in global health engagement. The U.S. emphasizes accountability and sustainability to strengthen healthcare systems across participating African nations. President Donald Trump's mass recall of ambassadors has left over half of sub-Saharan African countries without top-level U.S. representation. Approximately 30 key positions are now vacant. Experts warn this could weaken U.S. influence amid China's growing presence. The administration says the recall prioritizes direct engagement with senior advisors managing trade and security deals. Successes cited include mediation in the Democratic Republic of Congo and rare earth mineral negotiations. This business-focused diplomacy shifts away from traditional aid and emphasizes bilateral trade. Critics, however, say the lack of confirmed ambassadors could undermine long-term stability and peace initiatives. Career diplomats are filling interim roles, but uncertainty remains in crucial nations like Nigeria and Rwanda. Observers caution that gaps in permanent leadership may hinder follow-up on key agreements. The Senate has passed a revised 43.561 trillion naira 2024 Appropriation Act and reworked 2025 budget framework. The bills were approved following Committee of Supply and plenary considerations by voice vote. Senators described the move as restoring fiscal discipline and budget clarity. The approval follows a letter from Senate President Godswill Akpabio requesting repeal and reenactment in line with legal procedures. Senator Olamilekan Adeola said revisions reflect fiscal realities, revenue constraints, and emerging national priorities. The 2024 budget increased from 35.5 trillion naira to 43.561 trillion naira, covering statutory transfers, debt servicing, recurrent expenditure, and capital projects. Officials said the adjustment aims to align expenditure with national needs while ensuring transparency in public finances. Nigeria's stock market gained 578 billion naira in a short trading week, pushing total company values to 97.8 trillion naira. The market experienced high activity despite holiday closures. Bank and consumers goods companies led gains, with aluminium extrusion rising nearly 10%. Guarantee Trust and Access Bank also recorded heavy trading. The main market index increased by 895 points. Year-to-date growth stands near 50%. Experts say investors are buying ahead of expected dividends. Market sentiment remains upbeat, with more companies gaining than loss in value. The federal government and NNPC launched initiative to restore trust in Ogoni land decades after oil operations were suspended. National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu and NNPC CEO Bashir Ojulari led the visit. That Ogoni indigenes have been employed by NNPC and will start in January 2026. Ojulari emphasized environmental and livelihood priorities over crude extraction. The government pledged a University of Environment, modern hospitals, and an industrial park for regional development. Governor Simila Ifubara noted progress in road construction and infrastructure projects. Ribadu credited Peace in River State to Stakeholders Corporation. The renewed partnership aims to unlock recoverable reserves and support sustainable local growth. Ekiti State has domesticated the Nigerian Tax Administration Act, becoming the first state to align with federal reforms. Governor Biodun Oyebanji signed the Ekiti State Revenue Administration Law 2025. The law mandates full electronic billing, payment, and receipt systems to prevent revenue leakages. EKIRS is now the sole tax collection agency and can prosecute offenders. Alongside the tax law, the 2026 budget of 415.57 billion naira was signed. Capital projects account for 47%, while 53% is allocated to government operations. Federal officials praise Ekiti for promoting transparency, reducing harassment, and boosting business-friendly policies. Other states are encouraged to follow the example. Ohaneze Ndibo Worldwide donated 19 million naira to 19 Enugu Rangers players who won the 1977 African Cup of Champions. The announcement was made by Senator John Azutambata during an Imobi meeting in Enugu. The donation compensated for unredeemed 25,000 naira previously pledged by the federal government Azutambata highlighted Rangers' historic role in Igbo resurgence after the Civil War. Plans were announced to establish 7 professionals chairs for Igbo language, history and culture backed by 35 million naira takeoffs grants. Grants will also support Ala Igbo Investment Company and Indibo Development Foundation. Dignitaries at the event included Peter Obi, Anyim Plus Anyim, and Igwe Alfred Achebe. The meeting emphasized cultural preservation, intellectual renaissance, and generational legacy. Nigerian Super Eagles defeated Tanzania 2-1 in the Africa Cup of Nations opener in first Morocco. Semi Ajayi scored in the first half with a header from an Alex Iwobi cross. Tanzania equalized 5 minutes after halftime through Charles M. Mbowa. Ademola Lookman restored Nigerians' lead with a 25-yard strike 2 minutes later. Despite the way Nigerians' defense was tested as Tanzania missed 2 late chances to equalize. The Eagles led Group C but need sharper finishing in upcoming matches to maintain momentum. Super Eagles head coach Eric Chell has called for improvement despite Nigeria's 2-1 victory over Tanzania. Chell expressed concern over defensive lapses and missed scoring opportunities. Semi Ajayi scored first, but Tanzania quickly equalized through Charles M. Mbowa. Lukman's goal restored Nigerians' advantage, but the team faced pressure in the second half. Shell emphasized disciplined defense and better movement on and off the bill for future matches. The coach wondered good enough performance will not secure a 4th continental title with a thoughtful clash against Tunisia ahead. Nollywood actress Tony Abraham's latest films, Obasabi Auntie, earned 100 million naira in its opening weekend. She attributed the success to her fans known as the Tony Titans. This follows her previous hits Alakade Bad and Boji, which ranked among Nollywood's top grossing films. Abraham received the 2024 Silver Bear Trailblazer Award for her consistent box office success. Analysts expect the film revenue to continue growing, reinforcing her commercial dominance in the Nigerian film industry. Actress Anita Joseph confirmed she is single following the end of her marriage to MC Fish. She emphasized that she is not seeking a new relationship at this time. Joseph described her current season as one of reflection and healing after an 8-year marriage that faced personal challenges. She asked fans to focus on her professional work rather than romantic advances. The actress promised to share her full story when ready, emphasizing that her experiences now serve as shield as she navigates her new life. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, here's a recap of our top stories. Nigerian partners with TikTok, Meta and other global tech firms to shut down terrorist social media accounts. Libya mourns its Army Chief of Staff, Mohammed Ali Ahmed Al-Haddad, declaring 3 days of national mourning. Federal government and NNPC launched diplomatic efforts to rebuild trust and resume oil development in Ogoni land. And that's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms like Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I am Deborah Wakawa. Thank you for watching.
On this auspicious and historic occasion of Christmas celebration, which is an annual event of the Christian faith, I want to first of all wish all Nigerians, and in fact everyone all over the world, a Merry Christmas, and in anticipation I also wish you a very happy New Year, because I believe in God that all of us are going to enter that new year with power and strength. My message to Nigerians and everyone this Christmas is that Christmas is a time to relieve hope. Usually, the message of Christmas is that God has brought hope into a hopeless world. The essence of Christmas is that God loved the world and gave his only begotten Son. Whoever believes will have hope of eternal life, will have eternal life and not perish. So Christmas is a time for us to relieve that hope by, first of all, giving our lives to Jesus, because he's the reason for the season, so that since we are now in Christ, we will not perish. Number two, this is a time for us to share love. God so loved the world. And if he loved us, we too also ought to love our brethren. And how do we love them? We love not by words only, but we love also by deed. I know we live in a generation where people keep saying, I love you, I love you. And it's almost a culture, I love you, when they do not actually love. But in God, we have known that love goes beyond words. Love is an action word where you go out of your way to make sacrifice for those you love. Sacrifice in sharing what you have with them. Sacrifice in showing them kindness wherever you can. And not I really want to ask everybody, because Nigeria is very difficult now, very, very difficult. People are suffering, many people are not even able to eat 3 square meal. This is a time for us to share whatever we have. If you have 2 cups of rice and your friend comes, give him half, give him 1. Let him also have reason to rejoice. The more we share kindness, the more we show kindness, the more we share what we have, one with another, the more the message of Christmas is relieved. So I want to ask all of us to please use this opportunity for sharing love. Number 3, I also want to ask that we pursue the path of peace in this Christmas. When the angel came and announced the birth of Jesus, he said the message was peace to the world. And that is why this season is a season when everyone must pursue peace. Usually it's time when we return to our homes, return to our native villages to celebrate. But sometimes you see even believers, they return to their native villages and it is time for fighting, quarreling, all sorts of things. But that is not the message of Christmas. The message of Christmas is peace to all men. And so I urge all of us to please pursue a path of peace. Nigeria has been through a lot. We have been through a lot. In fact, there is no peace in this nation. Our security is not there. And even communal peace is lacking. Family peace is lacking. But Jesus is the Prince of Peace. And if he's the Prince of Peace, then let us pursue what makes for peace. For the Bible says that without peace and holiness, no man shall see God. So let us pursue peace in this season. And finally, I would want to celebrate with everyone this season and pray that God will bless your Christmas season. God will provide for you. I want to pray for you that God will cause your Christmas to be such a blessing that you will not struggle to celebrate it. God will give you grace to be able to celebrate joyfully.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, and want to use a kinetic approach alone, you cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
As the Christmas and New Year holidays approach, the Enugu State Police Command is urging residents and travelers to stay alert and prioritize their personal safety throughout the festive season. In a statement signed by the Police Public Relations Officer, Mr. Daniel Ndukwe, the command called for greater vigilance, warning that poor planning during the celebrations often leads to avoidable security and safety risks. The police are advising members of the public to plan their movements carefully, remain aware of their surroundings, and report any suspicious behavior to the nearest security agency. Travelers are also being asked to check the security situation of their routes before embarking on any journey. On travel safety, the command is reminding motorists to ensure their vehicles are in good working condition, checking tires, brakes, lights, and other key components. Passengers using public transport are urged to patronize only reputable operators at recognized motor parks to avoid falling victim to one chance and similar crimes. Residents are further advised to avoid posting their travel plans or locations on social media and instead share such details only with trusted family members. The police public relations officer also highlighted key road safety guidelines. Motorists are encouraged to keep to speed limits, avoid night travel, stay away from drink driving, and reduce all forms of distraction behind the wheel. They are also urged to cooperate calmly with security personnel at checkpoints and take regular rest breaks to prevent fatigue. For those leaving town, the police are calling on residents to secure their homes before traveling. This includes activating CCTV systems where available, avoiding predictable hiding places for spare keys, and switching off all electrical appliances. The command is also warning against storing petrol or other flammable materials indoors. Parents and guardians are being reminded to keep a close eye on their children, particularly in crowded public places, and to spend wisely to avoid financial strain in the new year. The police have also released emergency contact numbers for those traveling through Enugu State. These include the command's emergency lines on 080-320-03702 and 080-866-712-02. The command and control center numbers 112 or 091-346-666-68 and 091-3444-8093 and PPRO's direct line 080-217-09005. Numbers for reporting police misconduct have also been provided. And finally, the Enugu Police Command is urging residents to exercise caution, stay vigilant, and enjoy a peaceful and secure festive season. The command also wishes the public safe travels and a prosperous 2026.
Hey everyone, we hit the street today to ask Nigerians a bold question.
Definitely, I'll leave because this country is not favoring anybody. The economy is hard, the youths are unemployed. It's very hard to stay in Nigeria. You understand? I would prefer to go to a better country where I can make a lot of money and probably come here, come back to see my family. I'll probably take them with me. You understand? So generally the country is hard. We have better countries than Nigeria, so I would prefer to stay there than to stay here if I have the opportunity. The only thing I have to say to them is they are all looking for greener pastures. But one thing is, no matter how far you go, home is still home. You still remember your roots. You understand? If you make that money, you still come back. That's what I have to tell them. Yeah, you don't forget your home, where you're from. Yes. No matter how far you go.
ASAP, like instant. Yeah, let's say you like the country. Wait, you like the country, but even if not Ghana, maybe they go. If I have a chance to leave Nigeria, I'll leave Nigeria. My country, I think in a society we do. I'll leave Nigeria, that's me. I'll leave Nigeria if I have a chance to leave this country for better. To me, the country is no longer safe for us, so I have to leave the country and find a better life. Even if, to me, Ghana safe now is now better than, but all the same, Nigeria is still one of the greatest countries. But to me to you, or me to the audience out there, Nigeria is no more a country you should stay. If you have money, just leave the country.
I will definitely leave. I won't stay. Since I graduated, I've been looking for work. I've not gotten it. So why will I stay here? I have the best certificate to stay in Nigeria, but I'm not using it for anything. So I would rather go in a country that I will make use of it.
I'll leave because I've been in Nigeria all my life, right from cradle. And also, I would love to breathe in new fresh air. So that, and also expose myself to learning things.
No, I wouldn't be leaving the country, because if you leave the country, who is going to restructure the country? It doesn't make sense you leaving the country. You need to develop your own country first before you start going to any other country to go and develop for them. So we need to work on ourselves first. You get me?
Because I don't know, nothing is really happening in Nigeria. When it comes to education is really fucked up in Nigeria. It's not really making sense. And a whole lot you get, and it's not like other countries are better than Nigeria, but when you look at the benefit and some things that are happening in Nigeria, to me, I will leave. I don't know about any other person. You get the security aspect. Security in Nigeria is very poor. You get security aspect in Nigeria is very, very poor. Then educational aspect is really fucked up, and employment too. It's not, you will finish school, there's nothing you're not seeing any employment, you get, so it's not really making sense.
Why not? If I have the opportunity, I can leave and go to a better country. So where my life is secure, I'm sure that my life is secure and my family. Because we are in this country now, no security, poverty, as in no light, no water. So it's like someone living in hellfire. This country is also because of God's grace here are living.
Leave this country. I won't leave my country for anybody. I will not leave my country, Nigeria, for anybody. You want to know why? No place like home. No place like them. They that are house there, they are not even comfortable. They are not, because you see that anytime they come around, you see how happy they are. If they remember that they'll be traveling back, they'll be so depressed. So no place like home. The advice is that everybody should stay back and work on this country. It's all about value. It's all about value. Value what you have. If it's akara you are frying, value it. You don't leave your home for another person to repair it. If all of us leave, they are just there making us, taking advantage of us. Nigeria is great. We have everything. They are even jealous of us. So they should sit back and prepare their country for a better Nigeria. It's in our hand. Nobody will do it for us.
Wow, so many different takes, so many stories. What's your choice? Stay or go? Drop your answer in the comment section. Igwagu Mmesoma, Aneke TV. Love versus money in Nigeria. What do people think? Is love really enough, or does money always play a role in relationship in Nigeria? We went out to find out.
Of course, yeah. Love can survive without money. It depends on the partner. When both of you are in love, you believe in future, that tomorrow will be better than today. So with the love, with togetherness, you can make it. You grow your family, you grow your love, then money can now come in. But you can see a family where there is money. When you enter there, the money might vanish away and the love will also disappear. But once you have that genuine love, love will be there, then the money will also be there too. Like myself, I married an average man. He's not wealthy, but they were living together happily, making, as in surviving the Nigeria harsh economy. So that's why I said that, yeah, with the current situation in Nigeria, love can still exist without money.
Currently in Nigeria, I'm not sure. It depends. If the two partners are both financially okay, it can. But if it have to do with two broke people, I'm not sure. If I'm broke, I cannot marry a broke guy. I can't think about marriage. So that's it. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, I think love can survive without money. Because love can be exchanged with materials. It's not just about money. And it can be exchanged, it can be shared with value. When you offer value, you are not just offering money, you are also offering hope and any other things that comes with it. It's not just about money, but money helps in spicing it up though.
It's a very difficult thing, a very difficult situation if you put it like that, because at times money is what keeps things stable in a house between two people. If there is no money, a lot of problems comes up. A lot of financial issues can cause relationship problems, can cause arguments between the two individuals. So it's not that it cannot happen, but it's very difficult. But it's possible because at times partners can be very supportive of each other and help out no matter the situation that arises. So it just depends on individuals, how they behave and their own traits towards their partner. At times when difficulty arises, that's what will determine what will happen.
Of course, it can survive. Love is something that is so mutual and is emotional. So even without money, if you love someone, you can work hard with the person so that the money will come. You get? Like as a lady now, if you meet a man that doesn't have money or a man that has money, as a lady you are supposed to be investing in yourself too. So that even if the guy does not have, you'll be supportive to the person, to the guy that is with you. So love can eventually survive without money. As far as you are hardworking and you have ambitions, I can go with you because I know that once you are working and working, one day it will click and everything will be fine.
Human beings need money to survive. It's not even about love. Every day you live, you must sustain your physical body. So as a human being, for you to live, you need money. Then love is an expression of our living reality. So as long as human beings require money to live and survive, it's already obvious that whatever relationship you are in, you will require money to survive.
After God is money now. Because without money, there will be no love. Apart from God's love and God himself. Every other thing without money is just fake. Absolutely.
Yes, because there's true love, shall. There's a guy who love a guy without his money. For me, I can stay. As far as the love is good without money, I can stay with it. But if the girl love me without my money, it's good, shall.
No, you cannot, because nobody will love you if you don't get money now. That is it. Even you would ask me a question, I know say you don't feel love me if I don't get money. That is it now.
Of course, it's possible. Of course, it is. It is possible. Only when we love genuinely. Just like Christmas. The reason why we are celebrating Christmas, that is Jesus Christ. There is no love that is greater than the one that he has shown. His love is not because of money. And he gave us that example. If we can follow his footsteps, it is very, very possible. Love is not money, but sharing.
For me, everything depends on the understanding we share. Love can literally survive between the man or the woman or between the country. Like, everything depends on how we understand it, you understand? So that's the same. But most especially for me, the money is important because there are some certain things that money is being used for in the relationship. So that's the thing.
What else? Okay, I don't understand the question. Love will survive in Nigeria. As in, love can survive in Nigeria without money. Even money will not even survive in this Nigeria. Talk more of love. It's better we find love outside the country. That's what I'm saying.
From the streets of Lagos to towns across Nigeria, opinions are split. So what do you think? Can love really survive without money? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Mmesoma Igwago, Aneke TV.
And beautiful morning over to and also seasoned greetings to everyone watching. You're tuned into Sunrise today on Aneke TV, where every sunrise starts with delightfulness, cheer and joy. And of course, bringing you Sunrise today, I am Deborah Wakaba, coming to you live from our studio here in Vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, traveling for Christmas, shopping for Christmas, or making breakfast. Thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Yes, we are here to refresh, reform, and motivate. And of course, tomorrow is the day we've all been preparing for, which we've been going to market for, right?
Yeah, getting ready. Now, I keep telling you that you're looking Christmas already, and you're
Yes,
telling me no.
my Christmas has started.
And look at that's a Christmas necklace, I suppose.
It's not a Christmas necklace,
But you're already looking
thank
Christmas.
You, but thank you.
You're looking Christmas.
I'm looking Christmassy. All right, today is Wednesday, 24th December 2025, and of course we've got a power-packed morning for you today in Sunrise on Aneke TV. We've got that latest news, what's trending, our entertainment, from our sports oracle, and also we've also got you that special sunrise vibe that would help you start your day.
So, and after that, we'll go into the key newspaper updates that you need to remain informed, where we'll serve you the debates, informations, analysis that you need will be served hot and tasty.
Yes, and after that, we'll be starting things off with our quote of the day today. Something that is thoughtful, something inspiring, something that is going to shift our perspective and also help us stay well driven or remain focused.
And later we'll wrap things up with the fun global holidays to lift your spirit and leave you smiling.
Yes, and right after that, we'll be giving you our full weather reports covering cities across the southeast and beyond, so you know what to expect before you step out. Or if you've stepped out already, it should help you stay throughout the rest of the day.
So, relax, grab that cup of coffee, enjoy the cruise, because the sunrise is here.
Yes, and now let's move over to our morning show inspiration segment. Our quote of today, which is coming from Ruth Carter Stapleton, and in her quote she said, "Christmas is most truly Christmas when we celebrate it by giving the light of love to those who need it most." I'm going to take that quote again because this is a festive season. This is a season of Christmas, which we also know as a season of love, laughter, joy, and also a season where we exchange gifts, presents, and also a time where families come together. And now in this quote that she's saying is also saying that Christmas is most truly Christmas when we celebrate it by giving the light of love to those who need it most. Now, simply saying, what her quote is simply saying is that when Christmas is actually Christmas is when we give love, or when we celebrate love to those who need it. Like now, people on the street, people who have little or less to feed on, people who are in need of help, people who are in need of that little support from you. Now, Christmas is mostly Christmas, when you are able to put smiles on people's faces, when you're able to show them that they are also loved, that to show them love, to give them that little, no matter how little it is, as long as you share it with them. Mr. Avshi.
Yeah, generally Christmas should be a period of sharing.
Yes.
After all, what is Christmas? We are celebrating the birth of love himself. You
Yes.
know, we are told in the good book that for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son,
yes.
and the begotten son is here, and we are celebrating. So that's about love and sharing.
Yeah.
Though before I go further, I'm expecting that part of chicken tomorrow as well.
Okay, yes, it's true. That reminds me also. There was this time you promised me something.
Promised you what?
Don't worry, tomorrow you're going to give it to me.
If I made a promise, remind me. But
I
when I make
you.
a promise, I remember. But
Yes.
I'm expecting.
So don't forget
I'm
to share.
expecting to share
Don't
that
forget
chicken.
to
I'm
share.
expecting to share in that
What
chicken.
chicken?
That chicken that you talked about.
Okay, the one you're
that
going
Christmas,
to,
the
one you're
Christmas
going to
chicken.
prepare. Christmas.
So Christmas generally is a period for sharing.
Yes,
Yes.
it's
Share with
sharing.
everybody. You know, you share love. You share. You share belongings.
You share
joy.
Yes.
So there are a lot of things to be shared. You know, remember the less privileged, those you are better than. You know, remember to extend love to people. Show love, show kindness. If God has favored you, remember to favor others. That's what Christmas is all about.
Yeah.
We come together, we, unite, forget our differences, make up, forgive,
Yeah.
and then we'll marry together.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Yes.
that's why
That's what Christmas
that's why
is all
I always
about.
remember that period where we'll hustled for rice with our hands, rice served in tray, and all the children will gather, and everybody is hustling, I call it hustling, because you see everybody is rushing, then you use one meat, like Mr. Red said, use one hand to pack your meat one side, while you're,
you're hustling for your own portion.
That is it.
Yes.
But finally, you see the movement everywhere. People are in a hurry. Everybody is just tomorrow.
Yes.
And it's already here.
It's already here.
Period of sharing.
Period of sharing, yes. And still on
because
the
he
period of
He
sharing.
wants to share.
Still on the period of sharing, you're going
Yeah.
to share a Christmas story with me tomorrow.
Oh, Christmas story.
Yes.
I
Since it's
have
Christmas.
plenty of
Just
them. I
one,
told
I
you.
know.
So if you,
Just-
no,
I just
when
need
you want
one.
me to share, just check and take the region you want from. Maybe you want the Christmas experience from northern Nigeria,
Okay.
I'll give you. You want a Christmas experience from south Nigeria, I have that.
So you
if you
pick
want
your
the one,
most-
if you want
your
the one from
most.
no wait, if you want the one from southwest Nigeria,
Okay.
I'll give you that experience. And of course, I want to have the experience here tomorrow as well.
Yes.
Because all I remember about my Christmases in eastern Nigeria is while I was tender. That's the memory, right? So, but I'll come with them. But
Yeah.
then don't ask me of the ones outside this place.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Like Ruth rightfully said, that Christmas is Christmas when we put love on the smiles of faces, or when we put smiles on the faces of people rather, and then we share love, even no matter how little that that sharing is. It's all about sharing, and that's what Christmas is all about. And also, please, while you're sharing that love to your loved ones, while you're sharing that love to people around you, please always remember that each new sunrise is a platform for us to grow. It's an opportunity for us to try something new, or simply be more present in whatever we do. And also let us know what's this Christmas. You can share your experience or your Christmas, your special Christmas experience with us across our social media handles, across Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, X, all at Aneke TV, or call our phone number 070-3043-7110. And up next is our weather report.
Yes, we'll take a look at the weather reports across major cities in Southeast today.
Yes, and we'll be starting off with Oka. Good morning, Oka. You're waking up to a cloudy start, but don't panic. Don't pack away those shades just yet. The clouds will give way to partly sunny skies as the day warms. Temperatures rise from the low 20s to the low 30 degrees Celsius by afternoon, with mostly sunny vibes through the day and a calm, clear night to come. So it's a beautifully hot day ahead at 22 to 33 degrees Celsius today.
All right, good morning, Coal City. Welcome to Enugu. Hello, you will start under a blanket of mostly cloudy skies. But don't worry, by mid-morning to afternoon, sunshine breaks through and brings the heat. Expect temperatures climbing from the mid-20 degrees Celsius straight up into the mid-30 degrees Celsius. Perfect for outdoor plants today.
Yes, and in Abakaliki, You're in for a sunny, hazy and hot day, starting off mild in the mid-20s degrees Celsius. The day also quickly hits up into the low to mid-30s with steady, hazy sunshine. So it's a classic dry season warmth. It's a day for cool drinks and light shirts, and temperature stays at 24 to 35 degrees Celsius today.
Alright, good morning Owerri, and let's move to my favorite city of Imo State. Owerri this morning begins with cloudy skies, evolving into warm weather with occasional sunshine. Keep an eye out for possible afternoon thunderstorms, typical of local weather patterns, before coming back into a mid-evening. Pack that umbrella just in case, because temperatures will range between 23 to 34 degrees Celsius today.
And in Umahia, you're waking up to cloudy but soon hazy sunny skies. So it will be another warm and dry December day with sunshine dominating the afternoon and temperatures in the low to mid 30 degrees Celsius. A great day to be out and about. Temperatures will stay at about 24 to 34 degrees Celsius today.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today and in the mood of Christmas, stay safe, stay cool, dress light. But do remember that rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise on Aneke TV. We'll go on a short break and we'll return with more updates. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Enugu is making changes to major roads for its new BRT systems. We ask residents and transport operators what they think.
Nke izizi bụ na ndị ọ ga-eme affect buru ibu. Yes, because so when ndị shebe ahụ eri ndị ha ka nkụ ha dị more than 30,000 ma keke ma minibus. So iwofe ga-enye ọ ga-ebu ndị mmadụ aka so much. So ọ bụ na ọ na-ekwe gọọmenti anyị asịrọ ya ewebatara nke ya mana ọ webata nke ya na-agba nke anụ na-agbakwa. So ihe abụ anyị wewere ke ya because eziokwu na weje power ama mme by force mana ọ bụ na ọ ga-ekwu omume ya mee like that nke ya ga na-agba nke ndị nke ọzọ na-agbara ego oge sọrọ van natch o weta bọs webetakwa taiz bọọsụ and taxi na-agbakwa, keke na-agba, minibus na-agba, and other taxi na-agbakwa. So ọ bụla ga-ekwu omume ya mee nke ọbụla na-agba, onye ọbụla ha weta for the day ejide ya. So ha ka nwere ikwu there. Solution nwekwa bụ ọ gọọmenti ka na-ayọ because ọ ji power. So ayọ ka anaghị na-ayọkwa ya, ọ bụrụ na adị eme effort maka ihe ọ sị na ọ ga-eme gị, ọ ya bụ number one. So ọ nọ ga-ekwu omume ya mee like that. Ka keke na-agba, minibus na-agba, nke wepụtakwa na-agba, bọs ya and taxi ga na-agbakwa. Or any other transport o wepụtakwa ga na-agbakwa. So ụzọ ga-aba onye ọbụla.
Ị na-anya ịhụ na ndị keke na ndị minibus ha na-arụkwa ezigbo ọrụ. Mana ndụ ndị mmadụ kakwa mkpa. Maka na ogologo ụzọ ha na-agba tere aka tinyere etu ha si agba ya bụ ụgbọ. Mgbe ụfọdụ ndị nwere ụgbọ nke aka ha private, ị na-anya na-arụ ụgbọala ha, ị na-afụcha penti ndị keke agasị na-arụ ya. Eleghị anya nke a sokwu n'ihe mee gọvanọ ji wee mịa. Mana ihe m ga-agwadobe ndị ahụ ha ebe na-akwa bekarịa onye ihe mebinarị. Maka na o were ebe ha ga-adabedo o wepụtara. Akwa sị na ewepụtara 4,000 taxis. Onye o wutere o ji waya jee rejista na ndị a ga-ebunye taxi ọnyabanụ kama isibe ọnwụ. Ọzọ na anyị ayọkwa gọọmenti ha kaba arụ rụọ ụzọ ime obodo ka ndị a nwere ebe ha ga na-agba. Ọ bụrụ ịchụpụ mmadụ n'okporo ụzọ nke gọọmenti nke awara esizi ya fewe n'enu adịrọ mma ife biko ka ihe ọ na-eme ka e nwee obi mmadụ na ya, maka na ọtụtụ mmadụ si n'ebe a eri nri anapụ ndị a akwụpụ ha ọnụ n'ara enwere ara ọzọ ha ga-aṅụ. Ọ ga-ebutekwa ori, ọ ga-ebute mpụ na aghụghọ n'ebe ọ kwụrụ ụdọ ya. Kpa ndị asị biko si mee ihe a ka nwanne na nwanne ka e nwee ezigbo nghọta. Ma ndị be anyị na-akwọ keke ma bọs ha were n'obi ha tinye na njin keke na bọs ha chọọ ihe ọzọ a ga-eme ka o wee dịrị ha mma. Ya gazie.
I know our governor is trying. I'm not from this state. I'm from Benue State, precisely. But my own suggestion, if he remove keke and drive minibus, stealing, I think is welcoming armed robbers back. So my own idea is, I'm not saying he should not remove keke and minibus, but if possible, he should remove one, like either minibus and keke, because I know this keke has been helping us. Even those people that stealing before, they are not stealing again, based on say they are seeing their dairy bread. So it's not a good idea, because when he enter, he increased our even tax. The ticket we are cutting, ticket from 450 to 750, and we are still doing it. We are not complaining. So this one way he say if he go remove keke from the road, I don't think it will work. If it work, it might work because our government in power. You understand? My own idea is you should find a solution to this, not removing keke entirely. That is my own view.
It will result to unemployment in our society when most of the keke drivers and also minibus will park their bus. So it will warrant to a lot of, miscreants moving around the society. So it's not really a good idea. The solution is to checkmate their activities by increasing the police and those people that are in charge of security in order to safeguard the lives of people.
What's actually going on as at the moment? I would, my own opinion, seeing that I'm a commercial driver that is driving a minibus, is that it's not fair for us to be restricted from applying all the routes we are supposed to apply. Because, when the government is telling us to leave a specific route, maybe that's where we've been applying for years now, and there is no other routes that we know where we can start applying and get some income to survive. So we are begging the governor to reconsider that what he's saying, that he should allow us, even if he's bringing in his own car, let everybody just strive. So that's just my own opinion.
Well, I think that the governor should think twice for the decision of removing the bus on the road, because I don't think that's a wise decision. But though, what can we do? If you say we should stop, we're going to stop then. That's all I have.
Feed my family, pay my children's school fee. So I don't have any other work.
to do apart from this one. The only thing is that I'm begging him to allow us to continue the way we do before.
Some see it as a step forward modern transport. Others have questions about alternatives. What's your view? I am Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke TV.
On Aneke TV. Now we'll be taking our newspaper today, starting from The Nation, Punch, Vanguard, and The Guardian newspaper.
And joining us this morning to debone these issues is Mr. Res Arum, our in-house analyst. Mr. Res.
Today is the last day before Christmas.
Yeah.
So
Christmas Eve.
After today, we'll be getting ready to have rice, chicken, and all that.
Okay.
For those who care for beer, you take your beer. I think, Deborah, I promise I'll give you a can of beer.
And somebody will walk with her head. Please, just do that after. Just do that when the station is closed for the day, please. And with us again is Mr. Good Hope, the one and only Commissioner for Enjoyment, Sports Oracle himself. And today he's joining us on Sunrise newspaper review, where we'll get his insight. Let's see if he can bash about these issues on Nigeria as well. It's good to have you, Mr. Good.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning to you
like
too.
Mr. Rest has said, I promise to give you. Now, Deborah has what?
But excuse me, why is Deborah receiving all the gifts?
Deborah already has.
Okay, so what are you giving?
It's a can of water.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine this young man? I thought you were a good. Oracle. You are giving me water.
She's actually, for the fact she's giving you
the
something.
environment is
Water.
I'm not
dieting. Water is life.
Yes.
But this other thing you want to give him helps life.
Sir, sorry, do you drive?
Do I drive?
Yes, you do. If you must drink and drive, then you have to drink water.
Simple.
I see. I'm short of words. This man is as if people planned it. Mr. Ray started with promising Deborah all the beer, and for a man like me, who equally likes the things in the can, nothing is coming, and you're telling me water.
You can put water
Don't worry.
into a can.
I will give you a drum of water in return. You can swim inside.
All right. You're all welcome on Sunrise today. Now let's move over to our newspaper, starting from The Nation headline that says EFCC files money laundering charge against Malami's son. And also on the Punch headline says NAS extends 2025 fiscal year to March. And on the Vanguard headline says Gazette Foray, NBA article seeks suspension of tax laws. And on the Guardian headline says investor fatigue, $14 billion infrastructure gap, store deep seaport renewal plan. And also on the Vanguard headline, starting our Nation paper today. We're starting today's paper with the Nation headline that says EFCC files money laundering charge against Malami's son. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has filed fresh money laundering charges against a former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, and his son. According to the anti-graft agency, the charges are linked to alleged illicit financial transactions running into billions of naira involving suspicious property acquisition and cash movements. The case is expected to test the federal government's renewed anti-corruption drive as Nigerians watch closely to see how far the prosecution will go.
All right. First of all, I think all Nigerians normally would celebrate the fact that, yes, the nation is calling men who have served this country to account. We've all posited over time that there's nothing wrong in being called to give account of your stewardship. But what is at stake here is that each time we are doing this, people have always countered that this should be, done at the front page of newspapers, especially given the fact that at the end of the day, we do not see where these conventions, EFCC securing these conventions, especially when it has to do with high-profile individuals, politically exposed individuals. In case of Malami and his son Abdulaziz, who we are told equally they are listing where he's working, Rahamaya Properties Limited, they are being charged for money laundering to the tune of 9 billion naira. Mr. Rez, yes, we should be happy as a nation that people are being called to account. But there are other school of thought who see this as a political battle where those who are not aligned with the government in power are being targeted. Remember that the former Attorney General is part of APC, but those of them in the Buhari faction that is not aligned with the current APC leadership. And many have seen this as a political vendetta or witch hunt, if you may like. So, I want to ask this morning, what's your view on this whole issue?
Okay, let me even start from the fact that Malami was in the APC, a top-notcher of that ruling party during the Buhari administration. But immediately Tinubu came into power, and a few months after, when the likes of El-Rufai was dropped as a minister during the ministerial screening at the Senate, the North felt, some persons in the North who are top-notchers of APC felt that the administration is beginning to probably not carry them along. And because of that, many of them feared of the APC, veered off being real members of APC, not supporting the Ahmed Tinubu administration any longer. And since then, I think those who have veered off from the APC, all of them are being called back to give account of their stewardship during the Buhari administration. But beyond that, the Buhari administration saw to the coming of the present administration. The Buhari administration installed the present administration. By hook or crook, from whichever angle one views it, the Buhari administration was instrumental, after God, to seeing that Tinubu, became the president of this country in 2003. Therefore, but then, while Malami was in office, the issue of EFCC investigations on him reared up, which resulted in the sack of the then EFCC chairman, and they started having running battles. Malami was having running battles with the then EFCC chairman, I remember, and that issue was swept under the carpet. It is not until now that the EFCC came from East Lombard, or possibly had to go back to the carpet and bring out the issues. Remember, apart from the money laundering charges, he was denied bail maybe some few weeks ago, or denied bail. So he's already facing charges, by the anti-graft agency. And presently, there's a new charge against himself and his son. And of course, at that time, the issue of his son and the acquisition of property, and the question about where his son must have gotten all that money from, a young man who never worked one day in any organization, possibly became a billionaire. So it is questionable. In a nation like ours, sometime a governor in Edo State had to question where a young man was getting all the money he was throwing about. The governor of Edo State. It was in the news at that time. And that time, the EFCC questioned where the young man was getting all the money from. Of course, the allegations were that these were monies that the father, siphoned, allegedly siphoned, and pushed over to him. So, but like you rightly, said, let the anti-graft mission be a true mission. It should not be based on vendetta. But at the same time, the moment you have gone against the law, let the law take its course.
All right, that's very clear. But before I will revert back to you, let's get the opinion of Mr. Goodhope on this issue of corruption, charges, and the EFCC.
Okay, the most important thing is that looking at the side of the law, where you have, we have the anti-graft effect taking over. I feel, from my own perspective, this could be political, from what you've said earlier. For digressing it, when you see that the current government goes out to get someone who was part of the same current government, but who played a major role in bringing in the current government, and there could be a lot of things under this. Like Mr. Rex has said, there could be a lot of things under this. First of all, it could be political. When this person has been told what to do, or has been given an instruction on how to be, and other things you need to do, they need to do, everything needs to come together. You see that at the end of the day, it's being political, you can't take it away, because it's going to be purely political. But then, from my own point of view, I can tell you that there has never been a time in Nigeria that we have not had such things happening allegedly, because political stakeholders and people who have been in the top tiers of the government, in one time of our life or the other, we've heard that such a case has come up and such a thing has happened. And this happens a lot of times, especially in the Nigerian political system, where you have such issues concerning the anti-graft agency, EFCC, taking charge and bringing these people to book about the siphoning of money, allegedly siphoning of money and laundering of money and all those things. So what I'm seeing here is that this is applaudable. We can say it's very applaudable. But under it, there could be a political undertone, while the current government may not be in support of certain things that may have happened. So they could use this to give an alarm, a political alarm, to other people who are trying to go or overstep their boundaries, especially to the current government, and that makes a lot of not sense or a good sense. Whatever it is, I'm at the middle.
You can't be at the middle anyways, because it's time.
It makes a lot of sense.
It makes a lot of sense, yes. But
why I say I'm at the middle is because if it makes a lot of sense, then it's fine. If it does not make a lot of sense, because we are talking about a political issue here, not just political, but also a more a disciplinary issue, which everybody
is all.
Whichever way you want to talk about it, the rule of law must prevail.
At the end of the day, what we are speaking about here is corruption.
Okay.
Do you understand? And when it comes to corruption, you can be on the sideline. It's either you're in for it or you're against. Do you understand? So you must take his course. But be that as it may, Mr. Rest, this morning, there seems to be a pattern here. Though, with the number of
a pattern here in the studio?
No, a pattern in Nigeria. Okay. I'm speaking to the issue now.
Okay.
Yes, there seems to be a pattern here. Now, before I speak to the conviction rate of the anti-graft agency when it comes to these highly celebrated cases, is a different thing. But why I'm saying there seems to be a pattern here. Usually, when you talk about the politically exposed individual in Nigeria, and they seem to be one of the wealthiest in Nigeria. Just the other day, the business mogul Aliko Dangote, made accusations, and then we've seen his role. How a public office holder should be able to afford $5 million for school fees for his child. Do you understand? And till this moment, we've not seen how he was able to amass such wealth to be able to, extract $5 million for school fees. Having said that, not quite long, just within the year, we saw when the current FCT minister was being dragged, how the son, who is just graduating from law school, who is here to practice, is able to afford the choice property they've acquired, in choicest area of Abuja. Now we are seeing the case of Malami, and his son is equally linked into this whole issue, and I'm beginning to get worried. More especially, like I did mention, where our politically exposed individual seems to be the most comfortable in Nigeria and not the entrepreneurs. Mr. Rest, I don't know if you'll be able to help me out in this area.
Nepotism plays a very significant role, because many people vested with public responsibilities are nepotic. When I say nepotic, they tend to amass these monies through their cronies or themselves and launder them. So, tell me, Malami's son never worked. He has billions. Wike's son. All these are allegations presently.
Allegedly, yes, because they have not been proved.
Convicted by any court of competent jurisdiction.
Yes, that's why I said to a pattern. That's why I said to a pattern.
But you see, convictions, especially in anti-graft, has been a very serious issue, especially for the wealthy, for the persons you are referring to as being at the top echelon of political movement in Nigeria, especially who have held public offices. They have gotten those monies, and when the anti-graft agencies come swooping on them, convictions have been very difficult. We have seen situations where all those things ended in plea bargain. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Plea bargain in law is where you just...
Let's call it settlement.
Yes.
By the side settlement, and this person was free, dropping some of the legacies.
The court will uphold such settlement, and the person is seen free, walking about the streets. So, you see, there's a saying that the law is not meant for the rich. The law is not meant for the rich. The implementation of the law is not meant for the rich. It is meant for the poor man. For instance, if I and you were to be seen to have involved in any minutest criminal job, of course, we are seeing ourselves in prison. There's no two ways about it. But when it comes to who is who in Nigeria, overseas, anybody could go to jail. Former presidents, many people who are highly placed go to jail the moment they go against the law. But in Nigeria, it is not so. The law in Nigeria pampers the rich. When I say pampers the rich, the implementers of the law does not recognize the position of the law on the rich. They tend to, rob some kind of pancake when they are interpreting the law. And you see, a dictionary of the law says the law is an ass. When you say the law is an ass, it means that whichever way you push an ass to go, it goes. So the interpreters of the law using the law are like an ass. They push the law whichever way. They can bank on one thing to give verdict for. They can bank on one thing to give verdict against. You can see so many of such interpretations done in political litigations all around Nigeria.
All right. Mr. Gutu, should we, despite the undertones, either political or not, shouldn't we as a people, begin to celebrate, not minding what the outcome will be, that people who are said to have touched our national till, are being called to give account. They are being questioned. The other day we saw the former governor of Anambra State, former minister of labor, being detained, being kept in a, in a prison yard until he was granted bail because he has overreached his office, understand, in terms of corruption. And currently we are seeing the former Attorney General as well. So shouldn't we as a people, begin to, jollificate that people are being called to account?
Well, as a people, as the Nigeria's masses, we should actually feel excited about what is happening. But if what is happening, if it's just like Mr. Rex has said, if it's just for the sake of the news, then it makes no sense. That's where I'm standing, whether political or not being political. Because we should see it from what you said, that these people who have served the public are being brought to book in retrospect to what they have done, into the ability for them to handle what they have been given, bringing them to books and to the accounts. If it's good we celebrate, it's good we see that justice is having its course, like we said, with the rule of law. But if it's just for the paper and for the news, it does not make a lot of sense. It is just a stunt, like I would say, and this stunt is not as it should be, because looking at the what happens in the foreign scenes, you will see that there's no way you do this kind of a thing in other countries of the world, in other top countries of the world, that you will not be brought to book. Like we said, that at the end of the day, when someone, especially the political juggernauts, when these kind of allegations are put on them and it's found out it's true, there could be a waiving of something, maybe money or whatever can go on. Of course, we've seen where this thing came to a better limelight, of course. But at the end of the day, what I think we should do is to enforce as the masses that the government themselves would carry out the implementation of what we have seen, and not just a political stunt. Let it be a real-time issue that we can solve as a state and a community of the government.
All right. Anyway, I have a lot of questions, but for time, Mr. S.
I think I even have a question.
Okay.
I think I have a question.
Okay.
At what point are we going to keep sidelining? Of course, these are just the people that we have seen. But at what point are we going to keep, peddling on the people who have served the public offices and holding them in high esteem? Like Mr. Rex has said, if it's a poor, let me just use the word, a poor man that engaged himself in such a fraudulent activity, or allegedly, like normal, allegedly, even you see that jungle justice could even take its place. You see, but at what point is the court of law going to continue to peddle on the riches?
Pamper, you mean?
Pamper, kind of, rub on their stomach, their big stomach, and make them feel comfortable while justice is being given. At what point are we going to continue at that level as a state that wants to grow, even in our economy and in our social justice?
All right. Perhaps we'll have other times to go into details about that. But one thing that is obvious here, that you are innocent until proven guilty, and as an innocent person, you deserve every comfort that the state can offer. Having said that, where I wanted us to shed a little light on is on the issue of conviction rate. But not just that, I'm really concerned, the EFCC, the anti-graft agencies, will have the ICPC, will have all of them. And then they do not have the capacity or the capability to, detect these infractions while these individuals are in government, because he cited in the foreign, outside Nigeria, for example, you will see that if somebody is involved in corruption, we will see it while the person is still serving, and they will be prosecuted. And more often you see people resigning as a result of such an allegation. Not proven, but for the sake of that allegation, you see people resign from office. And I'm asking, in our climate, don't these anti-graft agencies, don't they have the capacity to dictate when this infraction, supposed infraction, corruption is taking place? Because when you look at this person, they've left office, and then we bring these things up, and then you look at the conviction rate at the end of the day, just like you did say, there may be a plea bargain, and these people walk home free, go to Dubai, relax on Choice Islands, you know, go to Cayman Island, take a yacht, feel free, and then come back again to re-strategize for other positions in future. Mr. Reyes, I beg you help us here.
Well, when you talk about the ways the anti-graft agencies do their job, remember the laws are set up. The laws that set up such these agencies have the dictates on how they'll have to do the jobs. But then, for you to begin to investigate in Nigeria, somebody who is still in power is a little difficult, because the moment somebody in power gets wind of an investigation, the person will begin to do everything to placate, you know, to undo certain things that have been done. Probably they'll begin to make claims of errors and all that. So you actually, the anti-graft agency actually follows it. It's not as if they don't know or they don't find out. They do. But they follow it to a logical conclusion, so that you won't come out to say, no, we are still working on a particular thing, we did something and that is why we had mistake on this, we're going to, you know, we're going to redo it, we're going to make it happen better. You know, while in office, such claims could make the anti-graft agency to now sit back and see you redo it. So sometimes just watch you people to conclude, so that it would have been done, and you find out that those things done are done while those people are in office, and when they leave office they cannot undo it, they cannot give excuses, and that is from where the anti-graft agency gets to finalize their investigation. It is based on such investigation, and you do such investigation that will enable conviction. You see, you don't just say there's an allegation against somebody and that person, or even doing the media trials where you come to the media and say, we allege that he did this, did that. You don't have enough evidence to land such person into jail, you know, through a court conviction. So the court is not privy to what happened until you bring them such cases and begin to tell them what happened. Then you have to, in criminal justice, you prove beyond all reasonable doubt. In the moment there are doubts in criminal justice, the accused person goes free. So that's why it's often said, or is always said, that criminal justice leans on the side of the accused person. The accused person is benefiting. He has a lot of benefit. The moment you have doubts in, you know, convincing the court that this person
he that alleges must prove.
Yes. So if you do not do that, so also the EFCC are being careful, and the other anti-graft agency, ICPC, and the rest of them are being careful to ensure that the moment they take any matter to court, they'll be able to do the conviction, because it will cast aspersion on their job, on what they are doing, if they do not. But Nigeria is Nigeria. We have the inherent factors in Nigeria.
I'll go away with Nigeria is Nigeria. you know, it embodies a lot of things. And Debbie, over to you.
All right, thank you very much. Now let's take our next paper coming from the Guardian headline. You can see the story at the left side of the Guardian newspaper that says, marking the opposition cites Wike factor, say authoritarian drift threatens 2027 polls. Opposition figures in Oyo State say internal resistance to Governor Seyi Makinde's political influence is growing, pointing to what they describe as the Wike factor, strong political control and centralized power. They warn that an authoritarian drift within major political blocs could undermine internal democracy and pose risks to credible elections ahead of the 2027 general polls.
First of all, I would say that I think Makinde, you know, if you saw the press conference that he called, I would say that he learnt very well from Wike, you know, how to get the media to sit under the tree and then, you know, begin to talk about issues. But while I look into the questions, the issues that he raised, you know, I have become a little bit conversant with the keyword, you know, according to him, that what caused the friction between, you know, he was a member of G5, they had, they've all, you know, jollied together throughout the election campaigns in 2023 till this period. And for him, he said he was during a meeting with Mr. President, where the chief of staff was president and one other person with Wike, and Wike, you know, promised unprompted, promised to hold the PDP down for Mr. President. That was where, you know, the road started to lead to different direction. And having tried to get Mr. Wike to ask questions on how and why, you know, and how he wants to hold the PDP down for Mr. President, and from his investigation that the Mr. President didn't ask Wike to hold down the PDP for him, and he has continued to speak to the threat of a one-party state being a threat to democracy and Nigeria. But before I let you in on this issue, I want us to, you know, take a moment, because that word, I want to research on the word hold down. What does it really mean? You know, and upon, you know, interrogation, we were told that one, when you talk about holding something down, it is to physically restrain or keep something or someone in place. Then secondly, to keep something at a low level, talk about prices, costs, noise. Then the third one, to successfully keep or maintain, let's say, a job by holding a job down. Then four, to oppress, limit someone's freedom or power. And then when you look at this whole explanation, it really means that Wike, for him, though he has publicly said that, wants to hold PDP down for Mr. President, and one of such is to make ensure that there is no, for example, a presidential candidate that would challenge Mr. President from the PDP as a political party, and doing whatever necessary it means to keep PDP down. But this morning, his ally, Makinde, has chosen a different path. And when even interrogated about the 2027 ambition, he has told us, yes, from his experience as a two-term governor, he is eminently qualified to seek to occupy that exalted seat. That he himself is even more qualified than Wike in 2023, when he was wanting to, you know, get the ticket of the PDP to contest for such exalted position. The G5, Mr. S, what are we seeing? Is there still a future for the PDP? And do you think that this is a battle that Nigerians should be burdened with, especially where Makinde is now saying that in all could be a threat to democracy, because we are seeing people are still defecting?
See, when Wike was taking over the PDP, many of the members of PDP, even the founding members, they were all moping at the situation like Avengers struck by a terror force. They were all partying, you know, making themselves happy, not knowing where Nyesom Wike was going. Nyesom Wike, after taking PDP, he lost the presidential bid. When he lost the presidential bid, he started on a new mission to ensure that PDP never works again. As the topmost opposition party in Nigeria, Wike worked against that the presidential candidate, especially when Atiku Abubakar did not pick Wike as his running mate during that election. He rather took the then governor of Delta State. Wike became angry and of course started his mission. When eventually Ahmed Bola Tinubu got wind of that, politicians, of course he went to Wike, sent some mouth-watering proposals, help us, and you have whatever you want to have. And of course, Wike chose the ministerial work he's doing presently and continued. So, he was in charge, or he has been in charge of PDP until when, even with Sheyi Makinde, until when you eventually said the gap started widening between Wike and some of his allies. But remember, it was just Sheyi Makinde himself. Out of the G5, the others, many of them are still with Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We had a governor from the southeast here. We have a former governor from the west.
You have two from the southeast.
Okay, two governors from the southeast. Okay.
Who are now ambassador nominees.
And they are now being, though they have, because just recently, many of them, like here, the former governor of Enugu State crossed over to the APC alongside the present governor. So they have all made it to APC, and they're now part of APC. But in the case of Wike still claims to be a member of PDP, though he works for the ruling party, APC. So, Wike, like Sheyi Makinde claimed, is of course doing a hatchet job for the ruling party to ensure that credible opposition that will come from that party will no longer come during the coming election. And that's why he's been there. He's not even ready to cross carpet to another political party. He has insisted to be there, and presently Aneke has refused to recognize the Turaki admin, which was the outcome of the Turaki leadership of PDP, the outcome of the November national conference of the party, where they sacked Wike and others for anti-party activities. Yet, the matter is now before the court. And who knows if the courts are going to be used in these political crises again. If the courts are going to dispassionately, do the rulings the way they ought to be, and so on and so forth. And if the matter will be alive in the court until the political parties are due to have their nominations and all that, so that at the end of the day, if PDP fails to do the nominations within the specific time provided by the Electoral Act, the electoral law, it means they do not have candidates for the 2027 elections and maybe 27 or 26 elections. So these are the gimmicks. They are politicking. One may say, yes, according to Makinde, that there was no time Tinubu asked Wike to hold down PDP. But possibly because Wike is presently serving Mr. President. And remember that Wike has an eye to the vice presidency, because after the Tinubu administration, if he wins for a second term, in principle, you know, the rotation is in principle.
Yes.
In principle, the rotation will go to the north, and the APC eventually will pick a candidate from the north. Okay. And Wike is positioning by then to possibly make it to the vice presidency, so that whenever it's coming down again, he will become president. And these are all political calculations. So, but in every leadership, there are things that nature does, you know, to make such leadership to come to be. So until then, they said, sometimes they say man proposes and nature, you know, whichever way you want to say it. Composes. I believe in God. God does the other way. So, which means that they are doing these calculations to suit their personal interests. Even Makinde, who wants to be president, is also about his ambition. So the PDP, when they were in power, they boasted they were going to rule for a good number of years, I think well over 50 years, rule the country. But sooner than later, they left office. They lost the election to APC. So APC is now on their business, and very soon they will begin to possibly come out with boisterous outbursts to tell people that they are now super APC. But who knows what will happen tomorrow. Personalities are coming. Nigerian people are beginning to have a new consciousness. And this new consciousness about the Nigerian people may change the entire situation. So we are hopeful that Nigeria will not remain in these political doldrums as we go on. And someday, the concept of evolution will come to play in Nigeria, so that we will evolve into a better state. Both the three arms of government, the judiciary, will become independent and say things the way it is.
The utopian state.
Yes.
All right, that's quite apt, and you know, I've listened to a lot of analysts on this issue. You know, whichever way, whichever angle you come from, either from the Wike axis or from the current Makinde position, they all say that both of them and all of them are holding down the fort for Tinubu come 2027, because give or take, while the battle is on, the PDP as of today is no longer the PDP of yesterday, and no longer has that capacity or capability as at this moment to launch an onslaught politically against the sitting APC government. You know, giving more credence to why a lot of Nigerians are bothered if Nigeria is tilting towards a one political state. I wish we'll have more time, you know, to begin to, you know, extricate and extract, you know, and unwind and untwine, you know, the ropes where they are locked together on these issues. But I will hand over to Deborah at this moment.
All right, thank you very much. We've all had the analysis coming from Mr. Rex today, and that is all for today's newspaper review on Sunrise and Aneke TV. Please do not forget that you can grab any of your physical copies from any of your favorite vendor or catch the e-paper online for more broader information. And now let's go to our sports updates.
All right, the Oracle himself, the sports Oracle. Here we are.
All right, thank you very much for having me. Like I said all the time, you guys saw what happened with the national, with our national team
Yeah.
in Nigeria yesterday, where we, my predictions were actually right.
Yes,
Yes,
it was
you
right
are
after
the oracle.
Yeah, oracle.
You are the oracle because
Just
you
like you.
predicted, and of course it so happened.
Yes.
It was even the scores.
The scores, yes. Yes, we'll give you kudos for that. Yes. And do you see that he's alive? Once we get into his shrine, he becomes alive. As
I get to
as an oracle, I wonder who is his chief priest, but congratulations to you.
Thank you very much.
That prediction was on
the thing
point.
was, from what we saw yesterday match, Nigeria are playing against Tanzania, and the match started, and Nigeria had to, register the first goal by Samuel Ajayi, and the Tanzanians replied. They gave their honest reply, and that was another goal. Then the second time, trust the man Ademola Lukman, who scored from a almost outside the box, where he shot. He gave a long shot, and it was a goal. Now, looking at that match, I can drag it further to the man I told you people that had placed a bet on the match of Tanzania with Nigeria. He won the bet. Should I mention his name? I didn't place any bet, but
You benefited from the bet.
No. I'm excited because we won. As an oracle, we won. And let me ask Ms. Tuche, do you think Nigeria is going to repair your heart right now from the point of, what do you think about Nigeria from the match, from the position of our match in AFCON?
You don't have to drag me.
You don't have to drag
me into this conversation. Can't you see that when you're talking about Nigeria, I am calm? My celebration starts and end with your prediction for that match being accurate. And for me, that is it. But when you want to drag my fragile heart, and if he's still there, do you understand? He's still very fragile into the Nigerian game. I beg your pardon.
But it was a good game for Nigeria. That's all I was saying.
I know.
What you
I don't watch Nigeria.
Somebody did the betting.
Yes.
Of course, you even mentioned the person during the other program, and
he won 36 million naira from the naira. It's naira he won, but he placed the money in bet, $25,000.
Okay.
And that's Davido.
Yes.
So Davido is 36 million naira
richer.
Based on the outcome of Nigeria's match.
They made him proud.
But let's put a caveat as well. When you people lose, do well to equally let us know. Now you're celebrating 36 million.
Well, that's all I can say, because from your own point of view, we are heartbroken about.
No, you're doing well. You understand? But for me, it's the fundamentals. Irrespective of the joy that we won that match, I know that the fundamentals are not right. That's the point for me. So, irrespective of the sources that will come from the AFCON, you say, I know that the fundamentals are right. You may celebrate today, but if you do not get those footballing fundamentals right, you will weep tomorrow. And for one, I'm tired of weeping.
We are patriotic.
We are patriotic.
I am as well. In fact, we are more patriotic by calling out the ills in the system, so that more people will not be heartbroken like me. I've had to suffer because of Nigeria, because of these super egos you're talking about. You understand? So let us get the fundamentals right. It doesn't mean I'm unpatriotic.
Mr.
Yes.
Osai, the spirit of sportsmanship must have to prevail in you and me. When you sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Nobody wins all the time. Nobody loses.
Mr. Rest, granted, nobody wins all the time. But what we are saying here is fundamental. The point is that we're not sore losers, because we are heartbroken. Shows the depth of our love for the sport, for the game, and for the country. But what we are saying is situation. For example, how did you get to AFCON? How do you, every time you continue to permutate if Nigeria would qualify by other factors, not the football, what happens in the football pitch. That's what we're talking about here.
The Nigerian factor plays that role.
But that shouldn't be the case. That shouldn't be the case. So, but these are the fundamentals we were talking about.
But I think what really influenced this match, the other day, Nigeria's the presidency rewarded, fulfilled their promises on the team that were runner-up for the AFCON 2023, where they were giving lands and
houses,
and those things. So the presidency, even our country as a nation, and the people who are ruling us are interested to see that these guys perform at the top of their best. So looking at this, you will see that there too, they did that intentionally so that they would not have an excuse. And don't you think psychologically this would have affected?
Yes, but I have a question. I have a question for you. Yes, that's speaking to motivation. But I want to ask you, Sports Oracle, is motivation the problem with Nigeria?
Well, the problem with Nigeria is not just motivation, but because it's also a technical issue. Yes, when I say it's more technical, it is just a technical issue.
So granted that patriotic people like us are still right.
No. It's not that you are just right because you feel that the problem is from one side.
No, we feel that there are fundamental problems.
The problems, for me, the fundamental problem of Nigeria as a sports nation is from the local leagues. That's what
you see. We're beginning to cover multiple issues.
Yes,
we've moved from motivation. We've started talking about the Nigerian league, which I did mention sometime. Yes, right. Yes. But the point here is, congratulations. You won.
Congratulations.
You won.
Yes,
Enjoy it. You understand? But some of us don't want to be dragged into that again, because we know that tomorrow it could happen again. This is someone who almost fell from 4-story building because Nigeria lost a match that you want to drag into this thing. Get the fundamentals right, and we'll back you.
Please, Mr. Sai,
yes,
allow your sentiment in all this. Allow your sentiment to stay on its own. Don't bring it to our morning program.
But what do we do at the shrine? What do we do at the shrine? What do we do at the shrine? What do you do at the shrine? We are at the shrine. You bring your problems to the shrine, and we are in front of the oracle this morning. So I have to equally say that. But congratulations,
congratulations, Nigeria. And that's where because of this. We'll see more when we go into the major sports news. I'm going to bring more of this to your table and what has been happening over the days since AFCON started, and also the things that have happened just in the Premier League and also in other leagues.
All right. Yes. All right. And then taking you this moment to the Nigerian stock market update for yesterday. The Nigerian Stock Exchange continued its bullish run yesterday, Tuesday, December 23, 2025, with the All-Share Index ASI soaring to an all-time high. The market closed higher by 0.59%, driven by year-end portfolio rebalancing and sustained interest in mid to large cap stocks. The market summary, the All-Share Index as of yesterday, closed at 153,354.14 points, making an upward movement from to 152,459.07%. The market capitalization as of yesterday stood at 97.77 trillion naira, meaning that the market gained over 579 billion naira. And then by volume of shares traded, we saw it leaping to 677.4 million shares that were traded in deals totaling around 27,589 deals. The top 5 gainers for yesterday we are led by Aluminium Extraction, which is traded as Alex, which closed the market yesterday at 14 naira 90 kobo, making a plus 9.96%. They are followed by Austin Lars and Company, closing the market yesterday at 2 naira 91 kobo, which equally made a positive plus 9.81%. Let's take you to the losers table for want of time. At the losers table, they were led by Royal Exchange. Closed the market yesterday at 1 naira 80 kobo, making a negative minus 7.22% adjustment. The following on the table of losers is Champion Brewery, which Champion Breweries closed the market yesterday at 15 naira 65 kobo, making a negative minus 6.57 adjustment. The market stocks, the volumes yesterday were led by VFD Group, which traded 192.0 million units, followed by Jitco GT Company is the owners of GT Bank and Companies, which traded at 63.5 million units of shares, followed by Access Holding with deals totaling 49.8 million units of shares traded. And that is it for the stock market update for yesterday. Be informed that the market is open and tradings are going on, but before you make any investment in the financial sector due to the volatility, please do well to consult a certified financial expert due to the volatility of the market. And that is it now for the stock market update. And I hand you over to Deborah.
All right, thank you very much for that. And that is all for today on Sunrise on Aneke TV. Please do not forget that you can follow us across our social media platforms, across Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, X, all at Aneke TV. Or you call our phone number 070-3043-7110. It's always a pleasure having you on our show every morning. I am Deborah Wakoba, and please, compliments of the season.
All right, and Mr. Resarum, can I just wish you happy Christmas ahead of time?
I take that and as well wish very many others across the world a Merry Christmas and of course
a Happy New Year.
All right, and
Happy New Year coming in the 1st of January 2026.
And if I may add, thank you for the balancing and in-depth insight that you bring to Sunrise newspaper reviews every morning, you know, and to you, this post oracle, Mr. Good Hope. Thank you for being with us always on Sunrise. Thank you very much. And I am Uche Osai. Remember, you're not here to be average. Be unique. Keep watching Aneke TV to come your way same time tomorrow. Of course, it's Christmas, and we'll be here with you to enjoy, jollificate on the Christmas celebration. Bye-bye.
Christmas is almost here, and across Nigeria, the tradition of traveling home to celebrate with family is usually one of the biggest highlights of the season. But with the rising transport fares, insecurity, concerns, and tight schedules, many people are starting to rethink the journey. Today on Aneke TV, we are hitting the streets to find out if traveling home for this Christmas is still worth it in 2025. Let's hear what Nigerians have to say.
I think it's still worth it because in the spirit of the celebration, we still have to reconnect with our friends and family, even though the cost of transportation is very high in the country. But this is what Christmas is all about. It's all about family, all about meeting our family and friends and everything. So I still think it's worth it.
You know that prices are, pricing up every now and then. Even transportation. Even food items, you cannot be able to buy whatever you want to buy because of high rise in cost of things. What about kidnappings on the road? We are fearing those that are kidnapping people on the road. I don't think we will be able to travel because of that. I'm not traveling with my sister. I'm not sure of traveling.
It's still worth it because onye no na town. But with the cost of transportation, many people will find it difficult to go to their villages because you will not stay so that you go back. If you don't have any means of going, you will better stay where you are. That is the main thing. But it's not really fine because like you are living in the city, you are working. At the end of the day, festive season. If you know because of transportation, you can't be able to travel to your place. It's not good, so it's not worth it. It's not worth it. With the cost of transportation, you cannot be able to travel to their various homes. Actually, I will not travel, but I'll travel on January. I'll travel on January. I'll not travel this Christmas. But so like only like from me, I'm from Ebonyi State. It can be easy for me to travel from here to Ebonyi State. But somebody from Enugu or from Ebonyi State that lives in Lagos, you see that the person will find it very difficult to travel because of the cost of transportation. Maybe only a check, maybe so you go motor from Lagos to Enugu or from Lagos to Ebonyi. Oh yeah, cost let me say 100,000 just to come for transportation, just to come back. If not, the person may check, you check when you come back, expenses you make, you decide to sit back.
He doesn't want it at all because things are very hard, and I don't think the government is doing anything to bring it down. So the cost of things are very hard. So if the government have to try to make things down, you will see people will travel. So that's the reason why. Definitely I will travel because whether government bring things down, we will travel. We must travel. I'm traveling.
Well, if I'm going to be honest, I don't think it's worth it, and it's okay if we're and we're not even talking only about transport. We're talking about security. I mean, that should be the number one thing. But then transport is very high, yes. So I don't think it's worth it. Well, personally, I'm not traveling. Yes, and it's because of the transport, the cost of living, insecurity, so many things.
Cost of transportation is one thing, then the insecurity in the country is another thing. Understand? For me, I'm not traveling anywhere. Understand? I'd rather stay here and because like Divos we say, alawotu. Understand? So I'd rather stay here. Not just that the transportation is costly, but insecurity is very high. Now you should not risk yourself just to celebrate 2 days Christmas. That's just it. No, I'm not traveling, and so many other people I know are also not traveling.
With the cost of traveling, and yes, I think it worth it. Yes, at least to go to better places. Yeah. Because you cannot just stay one place because you don't have transport. So you have to look for a way out and make out the transport and go. Even when things are hard, people do travel.
Yes, it depends. I'm actually not a traveling person, but Christmas time is a time where people will reunite with their family and those they've not seen for years and all of that. So it's what is family time is very important. So I feel it's worth it.
It's worth it though. Very, very important. It's very, very important. Travel cannot deter us from traveling. I mean, transportation cannot discourage us from traveling because we cannot eat the money, raw cash. We can't eat it. It's meant to spend. I can never, because we have a lot of things to do in the village. Most of the times you travel to see your loved ones. You travel to see your omona. It's very, very necessary to meet and dine and wine with your omona. It's very, very important. So that is it. So it's worth it.
Well, no matter the cost of transportation, people who want to do something they want to do, they'll still do it. Wherever they want to go, they'll still go. No matter how things are hard, people are still building houses in Nigeria. People are still living good life, no matter how things want to be expensive. So if you feel going to see your loved ones are very much important to you, you wouldn't mind the cost to go to see them. Probably just once in a while you are seeing them, or that celebration period to celebrate with them. So some may not check on the cost of that, but for many people who it will hit against their salary or their income, they will decide not to go based on the cost also. I was thinking of visiting my parents down in Abuja, but I felt like I told them I won't come again because of the security issues going on. I can't travel to Kogi State and we know of everything, so I told them I won't come based on kidnapping and other things, so I decided not to go.
Thank you for joining us on this Christmas edition of Aneke TV Vox Pop. Whether you are traveling home or celebrating right where you are, the true spirit of Christmas is all about love, connection and togetherness. Don't forget to like, subscribe and share your thoughts in the comments. Is traveling home for this Christmas still worth it for you? See you in the next video and Merry Christmas from all of us at Aneke TV. Sadia Lukman.
All right, good morning. You're welcome to the Sports Wrap here on Aneke TV. Today promises to be a great day, and it is always has been a great day for you and for me. Remember, we are at the Christmas Eve. Tomorrow is 25th of December, and this December is not just the ordinary December, it's the December of the AFCON. AFCON has started, and matches are ongoing. Matches went on from the 21st of December till now. And I promised to bring you some of this, indeed, some of the matches and most of the matches in details because of time and every other factor. My name is Good Hope Chukuma, the Sports Oracle. You're welcome to my shrine, where I give you the best in all things concerning sports, gist, information, and everything you need to know about sports. Hang on with me. Now, moving on, the first thing I want to bring to your table is what has been happening in the world of sports, ranging from the federal government's fulfillment of the promise of land and other pledges to the Super Eagles, who became, sorry, they did not win, but they were the runners-up of 2023 AFCON that was played 2 years ago. You know that if you actually followed the match, you know that Super Eagles lost to Ivory Coast by, Cote d'Ivoire, 2-1. And that was what happened in the match. It was a match that was filled with emotions. A lot of things happened. A lot of players had to, bite their tongue. They had to bite their tongue because of it. But moving on, we have the Super Eagles opening their game with a 2-1 lead. They won 2-1 against the Foxes of Tanzania. You see this match, Samuel Ajayi had to open the scoring sheet, and the man Iwobi made the first assist, while he also made the second assist to Demola Lukman, who completed it 2-1. Now, I have a question to ask, and that question is very, very important. What do you think about the current position of the Super Eagles in the AFCON? You know that from the matches we've seen over the weeks and over the months, and even in the qualifications of Nigeria, and it was only a match in the qualification race that Nigeria did not play. The opponent did not score a goal. Other matches, we had a goalless draw, a 1-1 draw, a 2-2 draw, and other draws. Even the last match we played with DR Congo, we had it was a draw before we proceeded to the penalty. Nigeria has been so consistent with conceding goals, and this is a problem. This has been a problem that we have been facing over time, and I don't really know what that means. I don't really know how we're going to work on all those things so that we can get the best of the Super Eagles. But from what we have seen yesterday's match, we are seeing that the Super Eagles, they would never not concede, and that's also a problem. That's a very big problem. That's a very big problem, and the coach has come out to say, the Super Eagles coach Richelle has come out to say that he really loved that the match was that we won the match, but he needs the team to focus more on groundbreaking issues, that he needs the team to focus more on the style of play and other things that will help the team to have a good progress. This he said yesterday while he was giving his post-match review of what happened in the match, and he said he really loved how the whole game went, but he was specific on the system of play, and that we have to reduce the mistakes that the Super Eagles, of course, not we, I mean the Super Eagles, because I know played the match, but the Super Eagles had to reduce their way and their system of being vulnerable to conceding more goals. And like I've told you, I've seen this happen over time. I've seen it happen. And Nigeria, we are always conceding. We are always conceding, and that's one thing that we need to fix as a country. Of course, AFCON is not a children tournament. It's not a childish tournament. AFCON, and one thing Richelle said that really brought my attention is that AFCON is not a tournament where you have the people it's a serious tournament, and Africans playing against Africans, you need some level of energy and drive for success to be able to, you need some level of monster mentality to be able to, slot in the goals, make the pros, and make the runs, and have your shot. Well, we saw that yesterday while this guy Ademola Lookman being assisted by Alex Iwobi. We saw that yesterday while he was bold enough to strike, to make that shot from almost outside the box, just a few inches inside the box, just almost outside the box, and he had to shoot, and he shot, and the ball went into the goal. From looking at that goal, by deflection, your eye reflection, you would think the goal came by deflection, but if you look at it very closely, you see that it was just a slight deflection that happened there. And we could say a big congratulations to the Super Eagles for winning their first match. And on that same note, yesterday Tunisia won their match by 3-1, and that on that same note, some other countries won their matches, and that's what I'm going to bring to your way this morning. But moving on from that, I want to talk about the fulfillment of joy that the Super Eagles are enjoying right now, and I want to drive it home. I want to tell you that what I feel that inspired the victory yesterday is the federal government giving them the houses and the lands as they were promised. The federal government had to fulfill that. The federal government had to do that because of their AFCON performance, where they became a runners-up in the 2023 AFCON. And you can see that these guys were motivated enough to continue the game and to continue and to play what is really, really good in the AFCON game which they had. And that was so amazing. That's so amazing and interesting. And I would say a very big kudos to the federal government for inspiring these guys to, coming up with something that we can say that is interesting, so interesting. And it's a wonderful thing to see that the federal government, we as a nation, we are putting the effort to see that our Super Eagles perform at their best by giving them what is promised, what they were promised by giving it to them. This promise was 2 years ago promise, and it was fulfilled just a day before the match. I will tell you for a fact that this has become one of the driving points of the Super Eagles in winning that game yesterday. And I could say I'm so proud of every of the team, everyone that made the progress, that contributed to the success of the team. That is so awesome. And I acknowledge the fact that we are going somewhere in the game. And yesterday we had Tunisia, like I've told you, winning 3-0. Tunisia won Botswana yesterday by 3-0, and Senegal also won by 3-0. Same with Egypt. Egypt won 2 days ago. They won their match 2 days ago. Sorry, I was not able to bring you the sports update. And Mali and Zambia played a 1-1 draw. Now, one of the things I want to bring you to the team of Tunisia is that Tunisia has been a sensation. We have tipped them to make a lot of progress in the AFCON because of the kind of squad depth they have. When you look at the Tunisia team, you look at people who are willing to, who have registered their best at the leagues where they play, and this is driving home a lot of information and a lot of important things to pick from the playmaking and whatever it is. Looking at this Tunisia team, they are most of their players are topping the leagues, topping the league plays in the Premier League, in the German league, and in other leagues all across Europe. Now, bringing you today, we have Burkina Faso playing against Equatorial Guinea by 1:30. Then we have Algeria playing against South Sudan the same time by 4:30. Then we have Algeria playing against Sudan, by 5 p.m. And we have Cote d'Ivoire playing against Mozambique by 7:30. Then we have Cameroon playing against Gabon by 9 by yes, of course, 10 o'clock. And this fixture, I don't know who was going to be the star match of the day for you. Today's the match kicks off by 2:30 with Burkina Faso and Equatorial Guinea, and Algeria versus Sudan, and Cote d'Ivoire versus Mozambique, and Cameroon versus Gabon. And you know that Cameroon, these matches are not just going to be matches played; they are going to be matches that will make a lot of news on the AFCON, and we are expecting the best for the game. We're expecting the best for the game. You know, the match that went on a few days ago, Egypt playing against their opponent, where you see the Manchester City playmaker Mamouche scoring, and the king of Egypt football, you know who I'm talking about, that's Mo Salah, making it 2 goals. You see that Mo Salah has consistently scored and has consistently contributed in the country's football history. He has made some progress. He has actually done some good stuff for the country. And looking at this playing on just a few days ago, you will see that this guy is not going to sit back and watch things go wrong. He is going to watch things move forward and ahead. And that's what we are believing, and that's what we are seeing from the team of AFCON. I don't know who's going to be your best. I don't know who you are going to tip to win this AFCON. But for me, I will always tell you, as a good patriotic citizen of this country, of Nigeria, here at Aneke TV, I'm tipping as the sports oracle, yes. And in the world of sports, becoming a sports in the sports rap we have today, I'm telling you that from here, which is my shrine to the world, Nigeria will make a lot of progress. Not just because a bet was placed on them to win this. Of course, you would know that Davido placed a bet, $25,000 to win this game. He placed a bet on the Super Eagles to win Tanzania, and he won it yesterday, 36 million naira, and everyone was excited. I don't know why. Maybe that was the reason why these guys had to perform, had to play their best football. Of course, looking at the team of the Super Eagles, you could see that there was a lot of reinforcements. There was a lot of reinforcements in the team. There was a lot of reinforcements, especially in the midfield. The midfield had to be solid. The midfield had to be solid. We had the likes of Ebenezer Casemiro, and we had the likes of Alex Iwobi, and in the defense we have the likes of Calvin Bassey and the rest of them who play in the top games, who play at their top in the leagues of the world. These guys really did their best to ensure that Nigeria comes out with this wonderful result yesterday, and I can say big kudos to Nigeria. Of course, I'm going to still keep talking about them until we face the next match that is coming up just tomorrow or next tomorrow. I will tell you when is that, and I will show you when the match is coming up. Moving on from that, yesterday in the European English Football League Carabao Cup, we saw some fixtures that went on, and I'm going to give you the next fixture in the semi-final before I tell you how the results went in the Carabao Cup yesterday. We saw that Chelsea has been drawn with Arsenal, while Manchester City has been drawn with Newcastle for the semi-final of the Carabao Cup, English Football League Carabao Cup. Crystal Palace was knocked away yesterday, and a lot was in place for them. And you know, these guys had to, this season they have been doing a lot so well to ensure that they played the game properly. But unfortunately, they were knocked out yesterday, and that became a problem to them. That really made it look like there was many things to fix. But the game did not turn in their favor, because it was not even easy for Newcastle to knock them off. It was not easy at all. It was a penalty shootout that they had, and it was so painful for Crystal Palace to leave the Carabao Cup and for them to go away from the sideline. I'm so sorry, Newcastle, but we have the fixtures. It's coming up, and we're going to see. I don't know who we are going to root for. I don't know how you are seeing Chelsea, how you're going to see them play that match with Arsenal. I don't know. The current Chelsea football team has not been so great with their defense or their attack. They have had a problem with their defense and their attack, but I'm sure that their midfield is very okay. They have the best midfield in the league. But Arsenal has good attacking forwards and good midfield and good defense. So looking at the what we have here, we have Newcastle United 13th of January by 8 p.m. They are going to face Manchester City, and we'll have Chelsea playing Arsenal by Wednesday. Then we have Arsenal returning home to play Chelsea. Then we have Manchester City playing against Newcastle United. Of course, Newcastle United have been pushing and making efforts to make sure that they put their best in the league that they have been going for. Newcastle United playing their role to ensure that they maintain their position in the league table. This has been a challenge for them this season, while last season they have really tried their best also, as they are going to face Manchester United over the weekend. I don't know what that match is going to be like, but we look forward to having that Christmas bounty for either Newcastle United or Manchester United. You know, both of them are United. So the United that is more United will win the other United. And that would not mean the other United is now disunited. But whatever United that comes out strongest, they should win. And that's what we have. Now, still on the news that is headlining across Europe, you will see that Marcus Rashford has declared his interest to stay back at Barcelona after he was interviewed, and he was asked about his future. What is he planning? Where is he planning to be? He said that he wants to be and play at Barcelona, and that's where his focus is currently. Looking at that, you will see that Marcus Rashford has contributed a lot of both in goal aggregate and goal, making a lot of progress. He contributed a lot of goals and even scoring too, registering himself on the score sheet of Barcelona this season. He would say that he has had a good loan spell at Barcelona, and he is planning to stay back playing for Barcelona. I don't know how Manchester United will feel about this news. I don't know what's going to happen in the coming days, but I'm going to tell you for a fact that Rashford, if he wants to stay at Barca, that's okay. That's very okay, because from what we are seeing right now, he said that he is working so hard, not just for him to be able to score or to do other things, but for him to be able to perform at the top, because he has seen Barcelona as one of the teams in the world, one of the best teams in the world, who will always perform at their best, who has a history of trophies. And you know, what is a football team without trophy? I don't know what that, maybe even if it's cup, please let your football team win. There's this particular football team that I'm telling you about that they have been shooting, but they have not been able to kill any animal. I don't want to go further in the details. Let's just leave it to where it is before I'll be chased out from my shrine. Well, the thing is that from what we have seen, Arsenal, I've just called their name, but Arsenal have been trying their best too to ensure that they top their game and make that a round of progress. And we have seen that happen over and over the time. So for me, Marcus Rashford is going to do a lot of good game. He's going to play a lot of games. He's going to also feature in the Barcelona squad and contribute a lot of goals as he keeps on being on. I don't know if Manchester United, if they are planning to bring him home from the loan spell, but we're going to see what happens at the end of the day, and that is what I feel that will happen. Now, still on sports news, Barcelona has maintained a 10 streak of win since Lionel Messi visited Camp Nou. Barcelona has maintained a streak of winning their games since Lionel Messi came to came to Camp Nou, and we could say that this it has been attributed to the success of the king coming to Camp Nou to celebrate what he called a homecoming. And from the news and from what we saw, it was said that he was given a pass, a lifetime pass to Camp Nou. That means he has the right to always, he has the privilege, or we could say the access to Camp Nou each and every time or that he wants to come around, each and every time that he wants to come around and do what he has to do. He has the privilege and the right. And for me, that's amazing. Barcelona has been gliding on the wings of a king to make that progress. Well, I don't know what you think about that. Barcelona being one of the top teams in Europe, and just a shade, they are not topping anything that Manchester United, because it's just a special shade. Well, if you're a Barcelona fan listening to me, I feel you guys need to do more. You guys need to work harder to match Manchester United's energy right now, because see, I'm wearing red and you guys are not wearing. You guys don't have red, so your blood is somehow, and we're going to see what your blood is when we cut it open. So Barcelona has been consistent with their winnings so far, and that has made a lot of sense. That has made a lot of sense to the things that we are having. And I could tell you for a fact that we are in the festive football season. We are also in the festive sports season. And I want you to know that there's nothing you can do to make yourself unhappy, because if you say you don't want to watch this one, there's one for you. If you say you don't like football, there are other sports for you to feature and follow. Then that means you have to follow each of these sports so that you can get yourself acquainted. I'll be here same time, same station tomorrow here at Aneke TV to bring you the best of sports news around the globe. And I want to thank especially my producers and my cameramen and the ones in the MCR who have been doing this job, trying to switch it on to show you the best of the graphics. Thank you very much, everyone at the background. And I want you to know that same time, same station, I'll be here back bringing you the life of these things to you. Remember my name, I'm the Sports Oracle Gudob Chukwu Maije. Welcoming you to my shrine, same time tomorrow. Have a wonderful morning. Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year.
ekene gị daalụ maka isonyere anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị na nke taa. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka anyị nọ. Ihe anyị na-eji neba anya bụ mkpagbu a na-afụba kịta akachacha oge ugbu a. N'ime mkpagbu a na-afụ imegide mmadụ, ịwakpo ndị mmadụ n'ike, iti mmadụ ihe dịka onye na-enwere onye inye aka. Ọtụtụ ihe a bụ ihe na-eme gọọmenti Enugu steeti wee wepụta ndị a ga-etinyezi ya n'aka ka ha lụọ ọrụ anụnwa. Abụ m Ngozi Ọtahumele, ndị mụ na ha na-eji nene okwu a tinye ọnụ na ya mmalụ ka a ga-esi wee na-eje ka obodo wee dị mma. Onye nọ n'aka ekpe m bụ Pastọ Victor.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called gworo, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Ekele m ọjị wụ kwara ihe eji agọ ndụ ndụ a na-atọka onye anabara nke ya na ụlọ agwọ ibe anyị adị nọ ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya na ịrụfụta nwere ya ịmara na nsogbu rere ya olise bụ anyị na-ekele gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ udo na ọchịchị anyị na-ekele gị na-ekele gị maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka eme echi anya mara na anyị adị ka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịla anyị mma ndị be anya onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie dipụtara anyị na-ere nke
As Christians across Nigeria prepare to celebrate the joy and spirit of Christmas, religious leaders in Enugu have sent heartfelt messages to guide the faithful during this festive season. From Orthodox to Pentecostal churches, their calls carry a common theme: love, peace, and unity. At a time when families and communities come together, these leaders urge Nigerians to embrace compassion, forgiveness, and togetherness, reflecting the deep meaning of the holiday. Aneke TV News has compiled these messages, highlighting the voices of faith leaders as they encourage communities to celebrate thoughtfully and joyfully, keeping the spirit of Christmas alive in every home: Catholic, Anglican, Methodist, and Pentecostals.
Jesus Christ came from a human root, that dates back to Abraham, but was of the heroic and big dynasty of David. That's what we see in Matthew. Anybody who listens to the gospel and the church, according to the Catholic Church, the Vigil Night, will get the genealogy of Jesus Christ. How it was traced from Abraham down to Joseph, the foster father. Then Mary, of course, happened to be the mother. So that gives the natural setting for the birth of Christ. Why? Because having failed, God, in his own wisdom, in his own love, decided to pick man up again. Came in the form of man that we call Jesus Christ. That is the story of the incarnation, how it all started. Then, for some who are still very doubtful, it was set up in a very political setup, or rather, set up in a political circumstance. It happened during the counting of the census, Caesar Augustus, many years. That's need for a census. We have tried in our nation to have a census. It's not that easy. But this one was done. Jesus Christ was born within that circumstance of Caesar Augustus, the census. And they had to go back to their place of origin, which was Bethlehem. They went back to Bethlehem. It was in the process that Mary started the process of giving birth to Christ. My dear brothers and sisters, it is once more Christmas, a period that the church celebrates the birth of Jesus Christ. Actually, it should be a commemoration of the birth of Jesus Christ. That's what we are doing. Christ was born as a very simple being, human being, poor human being, coming to perform the action of a Messiah. He is the Messiah. Swaddling cloth, very poor circumstance, couldn't even find a place in the inn. So you don't need to be born a prince in order to save. That's one message. You can save human beings, you can bring succor and happiness to human beings in your circumstance. So that's what Christ did, that in his human, poor circumstance, he became man. My dear brothers and sisters and all those who are killing all kinds of animals today and celebrating, if Jesus Christ was not humble enough to come down from his divinity down to our humanity, it would have been very difficult for us to be celebrating. But we should understand what we are celebrating. We are celebrating our liberation. You see, actually the Jews were expecting a very powerful Messiah. And that was why John the Baptist, the baptizer, when he was in prison, he was already in prison. Why was John in prison? Because John was condemning the status quo, what was happening then. It's just like today in Nigeria. We know that things are not wonderfully good for the poor people. When John started saying it openly, they took him and imprisoned him. While in prison, he started hearing of the wonderful things that Jesus was doing. But then, this Jesus, whom he expected to come in with fire and brimstone, is talking of love. He's not talking of AK-47. He's talking of getting people, convincing people, giving them freedom. John said, no, please go and ask him, is he the one we're expecting? Or should we expect another person? And like those who are with us, or who are celebrating Christmas with us, Jesus answered, very simple thing. And that is the message of Christmas. He said, told the disciples of John, go back and tell John the Baptist, the blind see, the deaf hear. These things are very symbolic. The blind see, they see the truth. The deaf hear again. People who even died were raised up. Above all, the good news was preached to the people. Good news of love, good news of redemption. So, my dear brothers and sisters in Nigeria, let us take these things that symbolize the personality of Jesus Christ, giving people light, making people to hear better, giving them the good news of hope. These are the things we should preach. So as you are eating your rice and taking your cake and taking shawarma, remember there are people who cannot even take good drink. Today, make efforts to go and feed them. There are old people who have been left by their probably rich children. If they're around you, try to show them some kind of love. Street beggars, give them something. You know, it's not enough to tell them, it will be well with you. Do something. And never you say you cannot do anything. Remember that Jesus Christ, whom we are celebrating, was a poor human being, though a very rich God. So in your circumstance, do something to make this day a very happy day. For those who are governing us, we are begging. Every year we continue to talk about the bad situation, you know. And we are pleading that when we are celebrating Christmas, I will be very slow in saying that this year's Christmas economically is better than that of last year. But please make effort to make sure that that of next year will be better.
Through the years, Christmas has always been a season of profound joy and excitement, whether for children, adults, or non-Christians. So while many remember Christmas for the expectation of a new pair of shoes and a new set of dresses, others cannot wait to reunite with their kith and kin. Yet many more rejoice in the anticipation of sharing and fellowshipping with their neighbors. However, the real message of Christmas is that of a hope for a dying world through Jesus Christ, the Prince of Peace, whom God sent to reign in our lives, in our nation, and indeed in the entire world. We therefore felicitate with every Christian, every leader, and citizens of Enugu State and Nigeria at large. We also rejoice with the entire citizens of the world, both Christians and non-Christians, for whom Christ, the Prince of Peace, also came. It is obvious that as days roll into months, months into years, and generations birth generations, Christmas still brings unquantifiable amount of good tidings of great joy to all mankind, exactly as its angel had first announced it many generations before us. It proves beyond measure the guaranteed depth of God's love, including the peace that stems from him towards us and our nation. If our nation must stand tall in the Committee of Nations, our leaders must therefore begin in this Christmas season to allow Jesus, the Prince of Peace, to reign in their lives, their actions, their body languages, their decisions, their investments, their secret lives. There's really nothing hidden under the sun. So all that they are stashing away in personal enrichment will sooner than later come to the light. Nigerians must deliberately decide to stand for one another and be their brother's keeper, as Jesus had commanded. He who has 2 tunics must now give to him who has none, and he who has food must also do likewise. Pause this time and remember the less privileged, the not-so-haves that would be in the spirit of Christmas. Our prayers must also extend to our gallant soldiers who may be marking this year's Christmas in the theater of war, as well as the many in the various IDP camps. Now, the Christmas constant message to all, which we simply put in an acronym, the 5 R's. The number 1 R, everybody remember, in all the hustle and bustle, the glamour, the gliss, the excitement, and fast-paced living, fast-paced business activities characteristic of this season, that R number 2, Jesus Christ is the reason for this season. In Matthew chapter 1, verse 21, it says, "You shall call his name Jesus, because he shall save his people from their sins." And in the Gospel according to St. John chapter 3, verse 36, "He who does not have the Son does not have life. But the wrath of God abides on him. But he who has the Son has everlasting life." Jesus Christ is the reason for this season. Remember that. R number 3, when you remember that Jesus is the reason for this season, rejoice in this. Rejoice in his redemption. Rejoice in his preservation. As the scripture tells us in the announcement of Jesus, the Prince of Peace, coming into the world, in Luke chapter 2, verses 10 and 11 we read, "And the angel said unto them, Fear not, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy, which shall be to all people. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, who is Christ the Lord." And the 4th R, reflect this fact in your lifestyle. Reflect it in the way you go about this season. No longer in noise making, in very reckless driving, in racing to beat time to make a point so you come home with sense of having achieved. Luke chapter 21 verse 34 tells us, "Take heed to yourselves, lest at any time your hearts be overcharged with surfeiting and drunkenness and cares of this life." And so, let us all take it easy. Pause your activities. Nobody should race to make a point that you have not made to your neighbors, to your fellow community members, to the village, since January. Pause in your steps. Shortly, if God spares us, December will be over and a new year begins. So pause in your activities. Watch your travels, watch your movements, and watch your refreshments. Let nobody eat and drink as if there's no tomorrow. If you do, as a medical personnel, I know that the toilet is waiting for you if dysentery wouldn't have come. And there's not even enough now to eat so hugely. Finally, the 5th R, reach out to others. If you remember that Jesus Christ is the reason for this season, rejoice in it. But more importantly, rejoice in our salvation, which he came to bring. And if you have not experienced him, please ask him, this season you came to save sinners. Save me also, and you will have joy, great abiding joy. Reflect this in your lifestyle. Let there be moderation. Let there be no more rat race, killing, rituals, exhaustive celebration in the midst of overriding abject poverty. Like we said, spread out your hands. He who has 2 tunics, who has enough to eat, remember your neighbor. And finally, the 5th R, reach out to others. Reach out to those around you with message of salvation and hope, as well as acts of love, mercy, and charity, as Luke 1:37 and Luke 2:14 says, "Joy to the world, peace to all men of good will." In this Christmas season, therefore, our prayer is that as we begin to allow Jesus reign in our lives, we shall, by his divine mercy, experience the full measure of God's purpose for our lives and for our nation, in the name of Jesus. And so may the peace of God, which passes all understanding, fill all our hearts, homes, and nation, today and always. May the humility of the shepherds, the faith of the wise men, the joy of the angels, and the peace of the child Christ be God's gift to us and all men this Christmas and always. In Jesus' name, amen.
On this auspicious and historic occasion of Christmas celebration, which is an annual event of the Christian faith, I want to first of all wish all Nigerians, and in fact everyone all over the world, a Merry Christmas, and in anticipation I also wish you a very happy New Year, because I believe in God that all of us are going to enter that New Year with power and strength. My message to Nigerians and everyone this Christmas is that Christmas is a time to relieve hope. Usually, the message of Christmas is that God has brought hope into a hopeless world. The essence of Christmas is that God loved the world and gave his only begotten Son. Whoever believes will have hope of eternal life, will have eternal life and not perish. So Christmas is a time for us to relieve that hope by, first of all, giving our lives to Jesus, because he's the reason for the season, so that since we are now in Christ, we will not perish. Number two, this is a time for us to share love. God so loved the world. And if he loved us, we too also ought to love our brethren. And how do we love them? We love not by words only, but we love also by deed. I know we live in a generation where people keep saying, I love you, I love you. And it's almost a culture, I love you, when they do not actually love. But in God, we have known that love goes beyond words. Love is an action word where you go out of your way to make sacrifice for those you love. Sacrifice in sharing what you have with them. Sacrifice in showing them kindness wherever you can. And not I really want to ask everybody, because Nigeria is very difficult now, very, very difficult. People are suffering, many people are not even able to eat 3 square meal. This is a time for us to share whatever we have. If you have 2 cups of rice and your friend comes, give him half, give him 1. Let him also have reason to rejoice. The more we share kindness, the more we show kindness, the more we share what we have one with another, the more the message of Christmas is relieved. So I want to ask all of us to please use this opportunity for sharing love. Number 3, I also want to ask that we pursue the path of peace in this Christmas. When the angel came and announced the birth of Jesus, he said the message was peace to the world. And that is why this season is a season when everyone must pursue peace. Usually it's time when we return to our homes, return to our native villages to celebrate. But sometimes you see even believers, they return to their native villages and it is time for fighting, quarreling, all sorts of things. But that is not the message of Christmas. The message of Christmas is peace to all men. And so I urge all of us to please pursue a path of peace. Nigeria has been through a lot. We have been through a lot. In fact, there is no peace in this nation. Our security is not there. And even communal peace is lacking. Family peace is lacking. But Jesus is the Prince of Peace. And if he's the Prince of Peace, then let us pursue what makes for peace. For the Bible says that without peace and holiness, no man shall see God. So let us pursue peace in this season. And finally, I would want to celebrate with everyone this season and pray that God will bless your Christmas season. God will provide for you. I want to pray for you that God will cause your Christmas to be such a blessing that you will not struggle to celebrate it. God will give you grace to be able to celebrate joyfully.
Sacrifice is the price of progress. Without it, giving time, sleep, or comfort, no meaningful journey is easy. Perseverance turns dreams into realities. When it gets tough, push forward. The finish line rewards the one who didn't quit. Peace is not passive. It is built. It grows through tolerance, justice, and mutual respect. Without peace, development is a dream. We all play a role, from homes to nations, choosing peace in our actions and words can transform the world. Be a peacemaker.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV, coming to you in the warm spirit of Christmas, a season of hope, peace and goodwill as families.
Is life, ancient, sacred, pure. It remembers creation and carries cleansing. It can be calm or it can rage, but it always moves. Our quote teaches us to be soft yet strong, to adapt yet remain, to flow.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV, coming to you in the warm spirit of Christmas, a season of hope, peace and goodwill as families across the nation prepare to celebrate. I'm Deborah Wakaba. Now to the headlines. The University of Nigeria Nsukka appoints renowned writer Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie and others as visiting professors in a bid to strengthen academic excellence and global partnerships. The Nigerian Army restores peace and normalcy in threatened coastal communities in Delta State following sustained security operations. Enugu State Governor Dr. Peter Mbah calls on Enugu indigents in the diaspora to take advantage of emerging investment opportunities in the state. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps says it has successfully aborted over 30 attacks on critical public infrastructure in Jigawa State. And now to the details of the news. The University of Nigeria, Nsukka, has appointed renowned writer Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, African Development Bank Executive Professor Kevin Orama, and University of Chicago scholar Professor James Robinson as visiting professors. The appointments were approved by the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Simon Otuanya, and conveyed through official letters dated December 18, 2025. According to the university, the visiting professors will participate in teaching, collaborative research, mentorship, and strategic academic engagements. The institution says the move is aimed at strengthening its global academic profile and expanding international partnerships. The federal government has filed a 16-count criminal charge against former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, his son, Abubakar Abdulaziz Malami, and a co-defendant, Hajia Bashir Ashebe. The defendants are accused of laundering and concealing over 1.014 billion naira, allegedly traced to a sterling bank account and linked to property acquisition across Abuja, Kano, and Kebbi states. Court documents allege that the funds were disguised through company fronts, including Metropolitan Auto Tech Limited, to conceal their illegal origin. A federal high court in Abuja has granted Malami interim bail pending hearing on January 5, 2026, with conditions including surrender of his passport and provision of 2 senior sureties. The Nigerian Army has deployed troops to Uborodo and Ogidigbe communities in Delta State following violent clashes that left 1 person dead. The crisis erupted after the killing of Emiko Onuwaje, which reportedly led to retaliatory attacks, including the burning of a chief's residence in Warri Southwest local government area. Troops under Operation Delta Safe were deployed by the 63rd Brigade to restore calm and prevent further escalation. The Army has warned residents against further violence and assured continued presence to protect lives and property. The national chairman of the All Progressive Congress, Professor Mantawa Yiwata, has approved the appointment of 15 senior aides. The party says the appointments are aimed at strengthening administrative efficiency and policy coordination at the National Secretariat. Opposition parties including the PDP, Labour Party and ADC have criticized the move, describing it as a wasteful amid economic hardship. The APC leadership has defended the appointments, insisting they are necessary for effective party management. Gombe State Governor Muhammadu Inuwa Yahaya has dismissed 4 senior aides over their alleged involvement in the assault of a local government councillor. The aides served in various senior special assistant to positions, including political, social media, and community relations roles. Their dismissal followed the findings of a special investigative committee supported by security intelligence reports. The governor has directed the former aides to return all government property, reaffirming zero tolerance for misconduct. Kano State Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf has endorsed the creation of state police as a solution to Nigeria's security challenges. He made the call during the graduation of 2,000 members of the Kano State Neighborhood Watch Corps in Kano. The governor said decentralized policing would enhance local intelligence and complement federal security agencies. The newly trained operatives will be deployed across the state with patrol vehicles and motorcycles to improve response capacity. 9 suspended members of the Zamfara State House of Assembly have alleged that their salaries and allowances have been withheld for nearly 2 years. The lawmakers claim they were suspended in February 2024 for raising concerns over insecurity and their constituencies. The Speaker of the Assembly, Bilyaminu Moriki, says the suspension followed alleged misconduct and the suspended members are not entitled to salaries. The matter is currently before the court with political resolution yet to be reached. Enugu State Governor Peter Mbah has inaugurated 2 new commissioners into his cabinet. The appointees are Osinachi Najeze as Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, and Dr. Charles Egumbe as Commissioner for Chieftaincy Matters and Rural Development. Governor Mbah announced that all state financial transactions will now require legal clearance from the Ministry of Justice. He said the move is aimed at strengthening accountability and sustaining development across the state. You're watching Aneke TV News across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. The University of Nigeria Nsukka has appointed renowned author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie alongside other eminent scholars as visiting professors as part of efforts to strengthen academic excellence and global relevance. The Nigerian Army has restored peace and normalcy to flooding coastal communities in Delta State following sustained security operations in the area. Enugu State Governor Dr. Peter Mbah has urged Enugu indigents in the diaspora to take advantage of the numerous investment opportunities available in the state. And coming up shortly, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps says it has successfully foiled over 30 attempted attacks on critical public infrastructure in Jigawa State. We'll be right back.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
The Jigawa State Command of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps (NSCDC) says it has successfully prosecuted 125 criminal cases in 2025. The offenses include rape, vandalism, theft, and murder. State Commandant Mohammed Kabir Ngawa said the achievement followed a proactive crime prevention strategy, which also held to a decline in criminal activities compared to 2024. He disclosed that officers foiled over 30 attempted attacks on power and water infrastructure, leading to the recovery of stolen items across the state. The commandant attributed the success to collaboration with the state government, sister security agencies, and public support, assuring residents of sustained peace and security. The Senate has passed a revised 43.561 trillion naira 2024 Appropriation Act and Rework 2025 Budget Framework. The bills were approved following Committee of Supply and Plenary considerations by voice vote. Senators described the move as restoring fiscal discipline and budget clarity. The approval follows a letter from Senate President Godswill Akpabio requesting repeal and reenactment in line with legal procedures. Senator Lamilekon Adeola said revisions reflect fiscal realities, revenue constraints, and emerging national priorities. The 2024 budget increased from 35.5 trillion naira to 43.561 trillion naira, covering statutory transfers, debt servicing, recurrent expenditure, and capital projects. Officials said the adjustment aims to align expenditure with national needs while ensuring transparency in public finances. Enugu State Governor Peter Mbah has called on Enugu indigents in the diaspora to invest in the state's health, agriculture, and infrastructure sectors. Speaking at the Enugu Diaspora Homecoming, the governor, represented by the secretary to the state government, Professor Chidebere Onya, said his administration has created an enabling environment for investors. He highlighted security reforms, including a security trust fund and deployment of drones, as well as climate-friendly projects supported by the Global Climate Fund. Diaspora leaders pledged support while the state government reaffirmed its commitment to security, healthcare expansion, and diaspora partnership across all local councils. Air Peace has announced that all its regional flights will operate during daylight hours from February 2nd, 2026. The airline says the move is to improve passenger convenience and operational efficiency. Under the new schedule, flights from Lagos to Abidjan, Dakar and Banjul will depart at 7 a.m. on select days, while services to Accra, Monrovia and Freetown will leave at 8 a.m. Daily Lagos-Accra flights will continue with both morning and limited evening departures to meet business and government travel needs. The airline says the change will reduce delays, eliminate night flight risk and strengthen connectivity across West and Central Africa. Central Bank Governor Olayemi Cardoso has urged global investors to take advantage of Nigeria's improved macroeconomic stability. He spoke at the U.S.-Nigeria Executive Business Roundtable in Washington, D.C. Cardoso said Nigeria is transitioning to a transparent, rules-based monetary system focused on price stability and inflation targeting. He revealed that external reserves have risen above $46 billion, while a recent $2.25 billion Eurobond was oversubscribed by over 400%. The CBN governor said banking recapitalization reforms from 2026 will strengthen financial institutions to support Nigeria's $1 trillion economy goal. Chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, Taiwo Oyedele, says Lagos State can generate up to 1 trillion naira annually from property tax. Speaking at the Tax Reform Summit, Oyedele said taxing 2 million properties at 0.5% could provide stable revenue for development. He called for a data-driven tax system and the adoption of a harmonized revenue law to eliminate multiple taxation. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu said improved tax compliance depends on visible infrastructure delivery across transport, health and education sectors. The federal government has intensified efforts to combat terrorism online, collaborating with global tech giants TikTok, Meta and X to identify and remove accounts used by criminals. Major General Adamu Laka, National Coordinator of the National Counterterrorism Center, revealed that bandits were using social media to showcase operations, post looted items and communicate with supporters. General Laka stated that by working directly with these platforms, authorities have successfully dismantled several high-profile criminal profiles operating with impunity. He highlighted that digital tools are now integral to tracking and neutralizing terrorist activities across the country. The government is also addressing new terror financing methods, noting that kidnappers are increasingly exploiting point-of-sales POS accounts to receive ransom payments. Security agencies are collaborating with financial intelligence units and the judiciary to disrupt these networks and apprehend facilitators moving illicit funds. Acknowledging security challenges linked to instability in the Sahel region, General Laka assured that Nigeria is adapting its strategies. He emphasized that the country's compliance with international anti-money laundering standards has led to arrest and asset seizures and promised stronger physical and digital counter-terror measures in 2026. Organized labor has challenged state and local governments to take greater responsibility for Nigerians' worsening security situations. The Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, says kidnappings and banditry now require strong local responses, not federal intervention alone. Labour cited figures showing Nigerians paid over 2.23 trillion naira in ransom between 2023 and 2024, questioning the use of state security funds. The NLC warned that federal efforts would fail without state-level accountability, especially in regions most affected by violent crimes. Organizers of the Lagos Auto Fest have announced December 20th, 2026 as the date for the next edition of the event. The 2025 festival attracted over 100 car and bike enthusiasts and thousands of spectators at the Marina waterfront. Organizers say the event has grown into a nationally significant motorsports platform showcasing local automotive fabrication. Support from the Lagos State government and industry regulators was credited for ensuring safety and global standard execution. Nigeria's youth Scrabble captain Sufiyan Boluwatife has won the 5th Black Knights Close Scrabble Championship in Ilorin, Kwara State. Boluwatife aired defending champion Olawale Kudus on cumulative point despite both recording 6 wins each. The one-day tournament featured 22 players and offered cash prizes, serving as a platform for grassroots talent discovery. Organizers called for increased support to expand the competition and strengthen Nigerian Scrabble pipeline. BB Niger stars Tasha and Mercy Aneke have drawn public attention after sharing a warm moment at Tasha's 25th birthday celebration. A viral video from the event showed both reality stars displaying sisterly support, signaling the end of their past rivalry. The duo reconciled 4 years ago and have since supported each other's personal and professional milestones. Fans have praised their maturity, describing the friendship as a symbol of growth and female empowerment. Nollywood actress Chizzy Alichi has marked her first birthday since becoming a mother, describing it as her happiest yet. In a social media post, the actress expressed gratitude for her family, including her son born on May 2025. She reflected on her challenging pregnancy journey and thanked God for answered prayers and support. Alichi also encouraged women hoping to conceive, praying that they would celebrate their own testimony soon. The National Film and Video Censors Board, NFVCB, has defended its approval of the Nollywood film A Very Dirty This Christmas. Executive Director Dr. Shoaibu Hussaini said the title is metaphorical and does not mock the birth of Jesus Christ. He confirmed that the board has asked the producers to modify or stylize the title to respect religious sensitivities. The film remains in cinemas nationwide as discussion continues between regulators and the producers. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. The University of Nigeria Nsukka has appointed renowned writer Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie alongside other distinguished scholars as visiting professors to boost academic excellence and global engagement. The Nigerian Army has restored peace and normalcy to flooding coastal communities in Delta State after sustained security operations. Enugu State Governor Dr. Peter Mbah has called on Enugu indigents in the diaspora to explore and invest in the growing economic opportunities available in the state. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps (NSCDC) says it has thwarted more than 30 attempted attacks on critical national infrastructure in Jigawa State. And that's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidima Sogwa, and the entire news team, I'm Deborah Wakaba. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
As Christians across Nigeria prepare to celebrate the joy and spirit of Christmas, religious leaders in Enugu have sent heartfelt messages to guide the faithful during this festive season. From Orthodox to Pentecostal churches, their calls carry a common theme: love, peace, and unity. At a time when families and communities come together, these leaders urge Nigerians to embrace compassion, forgiveness, and togetherness, reflecting the deep meaning of the holiday. Aneke TV News has compiled these messages, highlighting the voices of faith leaders as they encourage communities to celebrate thoughtfully and joyfully, keeping the spirit of Christmas alive in every home. Catholic, Anglican, Methodist, and Pentecostals.
The meaning of Christmas really is God is with us. Emmanuel is with us. At every point of celebration in these days, we must remember that God is with us. With us in every situation, in our businesses, in our homes, and in whatever we do in politics. God has stepped into your pain. Remember this. and your shame and your embarrassment, that situation must be ready to recognize that a son is given to help you to come out of the situation. Christmas, generally, the mission is to serve and restore. To serve humanity and restore humanity. Unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be on his shoulders, and he shall be called Wonderful, Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace, Mighty God. Did you hear that scripture? Unto us a child is born, and unto us a son is given. The government of your home, government of your nation, government of your business, government of your church shall be on his shoulders. And therefore, I wish every family a very, very Merry Christmas.
I want to wish a happy Christmas to all the believers all over the world, all the Christians in Enugu, Nigeria, and beyond. Christmas is a season of celebration. It is a time when believers all over the world gather together to commemorate the birth of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. And I pray that this season of celebration will bring unending joy to every family that dare to celebrate this season. And one funny thing about Christmas is that even those who don't go to church cannot deny the wind of the season. So, whichever way, I wish everyone happy, blissful Christmas and a prosperous New Year.
If he was not born at this time, our faith in Christ, our faith in God would have been in vain. It was because his arrival on this earth that made everything possible for us. And hereby, I want to encourage the people of Enugu State and the entire world to embrace Christ. He brought into us a new glory. He brought a new vision. He brought in mercy. And that is why the Bible said that whosoever believed in him, whosoever that accepted him, make a U-turn and believe in him, is a such person will not be perished. That person will not suffer the punishment of the old. That person will not partake in the evil of the family. That person will not partake in the destruction that is coming ahead. But once you believe in him, you are safe. That is why we celebrate him today. Honestly, it might not be that Jesus was born exactly on 25th of December. But when the earlier father discovered everything going on, they said, no, this kind of person needs to be celebrated. And that was when they brought him to be celebrated every 25th of December. I want to encourage you, celebrate Christ with fear. Celebrate this season with all form of remorse, knowing that a man was born that brought salvation to you. This is not a season to live a lousy life. It's not a season you say, it is a must that I must accomplish this and that and that. Anyone that you were unable to do, relax. Next year, you continue. Jesus is alive and will forever be alive.
I would like to remind Christians, all of us, that the most important thing is remember the birth, yes, but the death and resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ and what it means to us. and have this in mind, it means that we have salvation. It means that we have redemption through his death and through his resurrection. That is our Christmas message to Christians.
Jesus Christ came to change the narrative. He came in to bring hope to the hopeless, to bring life to the lifeless, to bring joy to the joyless, and to bring peace to the non-peaceful situations. He is the Prince of Peace. And since he came in, the narrative of the whole world has changed. So with Christ and the Mass or about him that we are celebrating is a Mass of hope, a Mass of reassurance. Number one, that God has not forgotten man. That times when things are so bad, we think, has God not forgotten me? Or has God not forgotten us? But Christmas reassures man that God does not forget. And God will not forget. So every time we celebrate Christmas, it should be a time of reassurance. It should be a time of renewed hope that however bad things might have gone, a time of change is coming. And that's what I want all the viewers to know. I don't know what has been very wrong in your life. I don't know the challenges you have faced. I don't know the semi-hopeless situation in your life. All I can tell you, because of Christmas, hope is coming. There's hope. A new dawn will come. It's like we are down to the lowest pit, but Nigeria will rise again.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
A sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba, ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o. Ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụ ike anyị, ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka na ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ.
Peace is not passive. It is built. It grows through tolerance, justice, and mutual respect. Without peace, development is a dream. We all play a role, from homes to nations. Choosing peace in our actions and words can transform the world. Be a peacemaker.
States Police Command is urging residents and travelers to as the Christmas and New Year holidays approach. The Enugu State Police Command is urging residents and travelers to stay alert and prioritize their personal safety throughout the festive season. In a statement signed by the Police Public Relations Officer, Mr. Daniel Ndukwe, the command called for greater vigilance, warning that poor planning during the celebrations often leads to avoidable security and safety risks. The police are advising members of the public to plan their movements carefully, remain aware of their surroundings, and report any suspicious behavior to the nearest security agency. Travelers are also being asked to check the security situation of their routes before embarking on any journey. On travel safety, the command is reminding motorists to ensure their vehicles are in good working condition, checking tires, brakes, lights, and other key components. Passengers using public transport are urged to patronize only reputable apparatus at recognized motor parks to avoid falling victim to one chance and similar crimes. Residents are further advised to avoid posting their travel plans or locations on social media and instead share such details only with trusted family members. The police public relations officer also highlighted key road safety guidelines. Motorists are encouraged to keep to speed limits, avoid night travel, stay away from.
Hello. Yes, good afternoon. Welcome to the entertainment segment here at Aneke TV. I don't know how your day is going. How is your day going? How was your night? How was yesterday? How was the day before yesterday? But I'm sure you've been having a great season. Remember, Ogurekwe Abia. But my name is Ogoro. Sorry, my name is Mr. Hamatan. In a way, while I bring you the breeze and the steez, all that happened in the entertainment industry, what is going on, and few things, few tatafo, few gist here and there. Boss, like we normally do. But I won't bring you all of it without introducing to you who the Commission of Enjoyment is. I always tell you, go out there, have anything you want, make some noise, but don't make some noise until you have eaten, because if you eat, you have the energy to make some noise. Today, I'm not doing this alone in the show. I have somebody. She used to be the Rashford of Aneke TV, but I said, let's just help her. And it's Christmas Eve, so I just said, let's just do what we used to do, and bring in bring in somebody that can understand what it means to prepare a chicken with rice. Now, don't make it, this is not a gender war or a fight we are going to have, because you say, men, it's only women you put in the kitchen. Well, I don't know, but what I'm saying is that I have one and only Sharon in the studio with me. Sharon, I wanted to say, make some noise.
No, I'm glad that you don't call me Rashford anymore.
Well, I will, because
I wanted to hey, let me just subdue and I have no other choice.
You have no other choice.
Yes, but
have you seen Rashford's picture?
No.
Go look at the energy you are bringing to this. Say, nah, go and check. Listen to me, do you know Rashford? First of all, do you think you look like Rashford?
I don't think so.
Scrap that.
Okay.
Let's drive it home. All right, welcome to the show this afternoon. How are you doing? How's your day going?
Not bad.
You are looking so not bad.
Yeah.
How is the season turning up for you?
It's not as if it's Christmas.
It's not
like this. The Christmas vibe is not there.
It's not. Okay, what vibe is there?
Normal.
Which one is normal? The vibe
just
of
like the normal, just living your life normally.
Okay, you're just living your life normally. Well, for me, the Christmas vibe is there because I'm the vibe. I bring you the good news. It's almost Christmas, so let me leave the good news for the Jerusalem people to break it to you. You get? But moving on in the show, I have a lot of things to tell you today. First of all, from the point of men's and the females and the women's and the well, let's leave that because Sharon is ready to fight me this afternoon, so I'm gonna maintain my steez and become a gentleman. Well, I'm the Santa Claus of the day. Oh, we have tomorrow. I think I'm gonna put on a Santa Claus costume tomorrow.
That would be nice.
That would be nice, right? Yeah. And then guess what? What do you think? Looking at my complexion, what do you think I will now be called up to be?
No problem. We're in Nigeria now. All of us.
So I'll be the Dark Santa.
It's normal because
yes, give it up for the Dark Santa. When we come back on a short break, I'm going to give you all that it takes and all that it took me to bring you here. I'm going to show you something that you understand. But moving on from that, I want to let you know that we have something interesting that we've seen that we want to show you. But then, let's go on a short break. I'll be right back. Don't touch that dial.
Eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Around obstacles, yet shape even the hardest stone. We came from water. We need water. And sometimes, when words fail and hearts break, only water, falling from our eyes or washing over our skin, can heal what language cannot. Aqua, water. Water is life. Ancient, sacred, pure. It remembers creation and carries cleansing. It can be calm or it can rage, but it always moves. Aqua teaches us to be soft yet strong, to adapt yet remain, to flow around obstacles yet shape even the hardest stone. We came from water. We need water. And sometimes, when words fail and hearts break, only water, falling from our eyes or washing over our skin, can heal what language cannot.
All right, you're welcome back to our entertainment show this afternoon. There is no other way we do this here at Aneke TV than to bring you what it takes to give you all the entertainment stories, news, just like I was telling you, I'm with this. I said she's the minister of enjoyment, and then I'm the commissioner because I have always been the commissioner. So I just want to maintain my aura as the commissioner because you know what commissioner does? I do enjoyment for a living and I give people the privilege to have enjoyment. So if you're out there entering buses wherever you are, oh, sorry, I just made a mistake. I forgot to tell them I have a convoy. Wow. That will be moving up and down to, just...
But since you have been doing this show, you have not made any enjoyment.
What do you mean? I've not... Let me just leave you at that before I turn everything upside down. Before I declare a public holiday all over the place, then we'll not have a problem.
You've done that before?
Yes. Listen to me. As the Commissioner of Enjoyment, I with my honorable ministers, have declared public holidays. Okay. So now...
So what are we doing here?
What we are doing here is to reinforce the need for enjoyment and entertainment to go.
Yourself.
Oh my days. I said that I'm confusing myself. So I will not confuse myself again. Rather, I will make myself to be known. Now, moving on, we have the man, Kata Efe. Kata Efe has been a sensation over the past week. He has made a lot of progress on his
Twitch. But something bad happened to him. I'm so sorry to announce to you that this guy moved his Twitch, that they banned him for 2 months on Twitch after he bagged the deal with the Twitch family. That Davido visited him the other day, and a lot of things came out. But moving on from that, he said that he did not know what happened. Okay, maybe because of that, Iniedo, Iniedo came to his live Twitch live program, and other people. When you talk about Twitch, I don't really know what these guys are doing on Twitch.
I don't know what they're doing on social media.
Oh, you see your problem. You don't know what they are doing on social media because
it's funny. It's funny that they are not really creating content. I don't understand the content.
Okay, what is content to you?
For me, something educative.
Is the only word that's content to you?
But in Nigeria,
okay, laughing. Okay,
but in Nigeria, content is anything that you can just use to.
Do you know? Contents are not just meant to be educational.
Yeah.
Contents are also for the purpose of fun. Also, contents are for the purpose of life lessons.
Okay. So what are the life lessons that you normally teach?
Well, let me tell you, from the point of me being the commissioner of enjoyment, I don't see any when it gets into nudity, all those wrong stuffs, and that's when I know that they are crossing their boundaries. But as long as they are doing something amazing, I think they are not. They are just streaming.
What is the thing? What is that amazing thing that they're doing?
They are just streaming and having a good time. What do you mean? Well, that's you wasting your data. But he has over 58,000 people subscribed to his Twitch, and they just banned the account. I'm so sorry, Katefe. So sorry. Can we just? I wanted to say 2 minutes or 1 minute of silence for a second of silence for that. Okay, now we are back. Now we are back. I'm sorry, did not finish the 1 minute, 1 second, but we are back. This guy, as a fighter he went on to do something. He went on to move to the side of YouTube, and he has been creating a lot of content on YouTube. Yesterday, Victor Boniface visited him, and they had a lot of buzz that Victor Boniface, Victor Boniface, the one who has the Super Eagles play, of course. He was not called off for the Super Eagles match, AFCON match, but he came back to his hometown to enjoy, and he visited Katefe. And then visiting Katefe, he had something to show Katefe. He made some connections with Katefe. Let me tell you something here. Life is not just what you can see. Life is not also, it's also on what you cannot see, but you don't know. There are people, clock it. There are people in this life. They don't have all the money, but they have people that have all the money.
Of course.
Are you hearing me? Yeah. There are people also in this life. They don't have all the connection, but they have people that have all the connection. All you need to do is to what? Find a way and collabo. Say collabo.
Yeah, collabo.
You are welcome
that
to.
Is favor.
Yes.
Favor.
Yeah. No. Collabo is favor.
No, I'm trying to say that is favor when you have people that have.
It's not just favor. Favor does not really favor is not what you think it is. Favor is not just what you think it is.
Okay.
Favor is not even knowing people. Favor is the one you cannot do for yourself.
But you are attracting people that have that thing that you want.
It's just because you are exposed. That's what gives you favor. If you're not exposed, you will not have that favor. Of course, the one you will have is one that God will give you. But let's leave it at that. Okay. Moving on from that, we have, you can see that Victor Boniface called Vinny Jr. And the way that whole thing happened on that, like you say, you don't know this Twitch thing. But let me teach you how it works. Okay. See, when you have some time to spend, to relax, go on Twitch. There are people who stream. A lot of them stream. They just stream. They just talk about things. They just talk about that. But let me tell you something. If you, as we are now, if you start streaming, just showing your daily content, that's what they do on Twitch, and that's awesome. So I know that you want to one day show us what you do daily. Sharon, what do you think about people on social media trying to show what they don't have?
Wow. I feel like they just want to be part of, there's this slang that is in social media right now, they call it involve me. So they want to.
Have you been at that position where they wanted to involve you and you nearly died?
Not that I died, but
What happened to you?
A lot.
Like, wait, oh, they say involve me, involve me, involve me. They call you for job. The job won't take your life.
Nah.
Have you been in that kind of situation?
Something like that.
Of course, I've been too. I've been in a situation where someone told me, okay, I'm gonna. Oh, I was like, Oga, put me through now. Put me through. Oga, put me through. They want now put the meal. They won't use put through. It happens a lot in life, and we don't know what that is going to be at the end of the day. So, moving on from that, we have some things that I want to show you. But first of all, let me read out this quote to you from a man of God. He said something. I'm going to ask Sharon honestly what he thinks about this, because entertainment is not just the side of fun, it's also the side of the lessons of life to learn. And I'm going to show you, and I'm going to read it out to you, but I'm going to give you a holistic explanation of what he was saying, or what he said. He said that the quality of men, there's a lot of gap in the quality of men and the quality of women, that men are not having the quality that it is demanded of them to handle women. Let me read it up for you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a crisis. Say crisis. Say cry, yeah. All right. I'm very concerned, he said, I'm very concerned about the quality of men out there these days. I stand to be corrected, but it seems the gap between men and women in terms of quality is widening. It's getting harder to find solid men. A lot of men I see can't lead or marry the women of this generation. So why is it hard? Why can't we lead or marry the women of this generation? Let me move on. You see, there are three kinds of marriage. Check my YouTube for teaching on that. Okay, you can check his YouTube. Cultural, temporary, contemporary, and covenant. Kingdom marriage, which is God's own design. Yes. The cultural is more common with Africans, and it thrived in the past because women were not given so much access to education, and most didn't work. Men also largely married with long age difference to make submission easier. All of the above have changed, so it's tougher scenario for the men of this age. A lot of women might not see eligible men to marry because of the shortage of quality of men. Sharon, let me ask you one question. What do you think about a man who is older with 10, who seniored the wife with 10 years or 20 years? What do you think about that kind of marriage? Do you think it is a go-to for you when you are looking for a spouse? Do you think you are also considering the age gap? Is it something? Because let's talk about that a little.
For me, I don't really consider the age.
Okay.
Yes, but it shouldn't be more than 10.
10K.
It shouldn't be more than 10.
10.
Yes.
It shouldn't be more than 10.
Like, it shouldn't be, the age gap shouldn't be more than 10.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, I feel like when you see the things you need in the man, why are you considering?
So the age gap will now reduce because you've seen the things you need. Now I'm going to give you a trophy.
Again. Now, this man said, I stand to be corrected. Okay. Everybody has their own perspective.
Okay.
When he says that there's not enough quality men.
Do you think it's true?
Again, maybe it's because he sees a lot of men you have seen doesn't exhibit characteristics of quality men.
Quality men, Abi?
Yes. For him.
Sharon,
everybody has their own opinion.
Let me ask you, how many quality men have you seen this year? This is almost the end of the year, so I'm sure you must
I cannot count.
So you've seen...
But the thing is that most men don't really have all the qualities, but they exhibit some of the qualities of the quality.
Okay, let me ask you one sharp question now. Say sharp.
Sharp.
Good. One sharp question I want to ask you. Do you think money makes a man quality? Or do you think money boosts the quality of a man?
Money boosts the quality of a man.
I know that one rang, it resounded. Yeah. So what do you think?
Because,
yes or no, then you answer.
Okay.
Or you know.
Repeat your question.
I said, do you think money increases the quality of a man? Okay, let me make it very clear to you. Do you think a girl should marry somebody? Because there's also an argument about in this side of life where someone said that most things women look out for now is not a good man, but a money man. Odogu.
Wow.
Let's be truthful. But do you think these things influence what is happening? Do you think women right now, from your own perspective, do you think it's true that women are not marrying because of the love, not just the love, but also the qualities of the man. They are now looking at money. What do you think?
Some women, not say every woman.
Okay, how many
Because,
percent? Can you grade it in the percentage
I
side?
cannot because okay, let's say for our generation right now, we can place it on 80%.
Okay, 80%.
Yes.
80%.
Out of 100%.
Out of 100%.
Because a lot
but
of
why?
I would say that maybe a lot of them are seeing a lot of men that don't exhibit that characteristics of quality men.
Okay.
So they tend to let us forget about that part. Let us now focus on the money.
Okay. Do you think there will be a problem at the end of the road?
Yeah.
Why?
Because when you focus on the money doesn't bring you attention, doesn't give you love, doesn't give you things that naturally as a woman
would
need.
give. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So when you focus on the money from that man, you tend to later on want to have it from another person.
From another person. So that will result
making you to be disloyal.
Loyal, right?
Partner.
You know, because of this thing we said, I want to confer you the honorable rights as the Minister of Enjoyment. I give it to you now. Take it. All right, moving on. You've heard what Sharon has said and how she has contributed to the things which we are talking about and discussing here on live at Aneke TV. And same on the entertainment. I want to show you something and I want to ask you if it's true, if it's really, really true. But before I ask you, let me ask Sharon. Sharon, talking about this same thing that is happening in our society, throughout this year, I learned a lot of things, especially about young people and their choices of life. You know, just like what you are going through in your mind, the other people going through the same thing. But now you not see what I wanted to ask you. What I wanted to ask you was, is your Christmas clothes ready?
I'm not doing Christmas clothes.
You're not doing Christmas clothes?
Yes.
They never measure your leg. Wait, excuse me. When you were growing up, how was your growing up?
Oh,
especially during Christmas.
Okay. If you don't buy that Christmas clothes, you're just crushing my dreams and everything. Because when we start school, we write composition on how you spend your Christmas.
Now, what do you start? Oh Jesus! When I was in school, I wrote composition a lot.
Yes.
Well, how
both
you
the
spend?
One that happened and the one that did not happen.
There was a time somebody would have said they even bought moon for them. That the father bought moon, the mother bought the son. That they trap.
Your own now.
We handed the creating at that place. But looking at it, do you think that the Christmas season, like you've been saying, do you think it has been watered down? What do you think that has happened over time that is not happening now, especially in the entertainment side? Do you think there's a leakage of activities in the entertainment side, or do you think maturity and seriousness caught up with you? Because that's it now. Because let's be truthful.
Entertainment side, and what has been?
No, now like when you were growing up, you felt like you had a good Christmas, Abi. Okay. I'm gonna explain something, but do you think now it has watered down, or life just caught up with you?
I think as you grow up, you know that a lot of things are coming, and you tend to see that you have a lot of responsibility and you're growing. You need to grow yourself also. You need to build yourself.
Okay.
So for now, Christmas clothes shouldn't be your priority.
Oh.
Yes.
So you've not watched that video? Oh.
Because next year we resume school.
So
everybody's going back to school.
To do what?
Money for school fees.
To do what?
University now, money for school fees and a lot of things. So you have to like gather up something to also help in the family.
To do what? Please leave that in. Enjoy the season. No. Listen to me, you, my viewers. Sharon has said her own. I'm going to tell you for a fact. Enjoy the season. See, as the Santa Claus and the Commissioner of Enjoyment, enjoy the season. Because one thing I'm going to tell you about Christmas and entertainment, from what we have seen in Nigeria, especially in Enugu, over the weekend we had a lot of shows that came up. We had, Runtown was in Enugu. I know you did not know. Runtown came to Enugu on Saturday. That same Saturday, we had Fino Fest. That same evening. Then, on Sunday, Kola Boy was in Enugu and he performed in Enugu. That same day, the next day, Mr. Flavor had his Flight Time Fest in Lagos, where the likes of Bona and the likes of all these big entertainers were there. All I'm trying to tell you is that this December seems to be the most packed in entertainment for Nigeria and the dirtiest of the December for all across Africa. But let me tell you something. Just like Sharon is saying, do you understand that the season is not meant to season itself? You have to season into the season what the season is. I'm telling you, because all those things you used to feel when you were growing up, you're not feeling it now.
Yes.
Because life got serious, Abi. Abi now. But why? What do you think? Who do you think is their efforts, their ecological effort to bring in that feeling of Christmas? Is it not just the rice? Is it not just the meat? Is it not just the drinks? You can
there's money to buy all those things.
Oh, you're talking about money now. I thought we were talking about something else. But let's move on from that. My plan today is to bring out Sharon's leg because she used to hide. So I want to bring her leg out. Anyway, I'm going to give a round of applause, a shout out to everyone here at Aneke TV for being reliable and for your commitment towards the growth of the station and also towards the growth and to bring in the best of news and entertainment and whatever it is all across to you. And I'm also going to give you a shout out to you that is a viewer who has been watching us over the years and over the year. Thank you very much for being amazing. I really, really appreciate you. And I'm going to tell you Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. But this Christmas is going to merry. In this, let's wait for tomorrow. I'm going to wear Santa Claus and come here. And when I wear Santa Claus and come, let me know who will stop me from being the Santa. I declare myself the Santa of Aneke TV. And tomorrow.
So if you don't wear it, you're holding yourself responsible.
No. Everything is mindset.
You're not being logical.
Everything is mindset. It's what you think about it. Now, let's move on. I have something to show you, but I don't know how you see it. And it's a question I want to ask you. Do you think that love is real? Do you think that love is real?
Yes.
Okay. Now, why do you think one of the entertainment you've Nejegede said something the other day? Do you think it's true? She said that that marriage is not enough. Love is not enough to even hold anything because people just get married and they break up from that love. So what happens is that they just need to cohabit. Do you think she's speaking from the place of brokenness or she's speaking from the place of reality?
Exactly, she's speaking from the place of brokenness. Because she cannot tell me that all these marriages that are still going on, these are our parents, these are our African parents, that what are they living on?
Okay, let me ask you, what do you think have sustained them till now?
I think it's tolerance, understanding.
Mm-hmm.
They're able to know that this person is not perfect. I am not perfect either.
Okay, Sharon, let me ask you, are you perfect?
No.
So, why are you not perfect?
Because I have my excesses.
Oh, excesses, yes. Not fault, excesses.
For excesses.
Clock it for Sharon. So continue. You're saying something that was making sense.
Yes.
So you think that what she said is not right?
It's not right, but she's saying it based on her
experiences.
Yes, her experience.
Now, let me ask you something. If I give you $100 million, will you still marry?
Be like, of course now.
Okay.
Before Uncle.
Hey, Jesus.
You don't see me there yet.
Oh, because I was thinking.
At least that guy invests in something. You know, a lot of women work hard to be independent, while men work to take care of their family.
Okay.
Yes, they don't really care about that independence word. So me, I want to be independent.
You want to be independent.
Yes.
So, but do you think you can be independent as you want when it comes to being independent? Like you've said, a lot of men, like she has said, that what is better is just leave this love thing. It's not working. Just whoever you love, just live with that person. Do you think I'm going to just leave? Okay, let's say, I love this person. And then we have been in love for 10 years. And then we just get married in 3 years. We have broken up. What do you think happens at that process?
Do you know, if that's how, sorry to say, but if that's how our parents lived, she would not really have grown up with a good home.
Okay, yes. Do you think if she even grew up in a good home?
Yes.
Because listen to me. What we are talking about is people. Some of these people we are seeing did not even grow up in a home. That's why when they become entertainers and they have the media, they can say anything they want and go away with it.
Most of them grew up in a good home.
Most of them?
Yes.
Are you
in
sure?
a good home. It's
Good
just
home.
that the love wasn't expressed in the right way.
Okay, let me ask you. I used to ask these questions because it's the Christmas season. What do you think celebrities can do better to shape, to help the people? Let me not take you to. Oh, Sharon, wait now. Sharon, just wait. Sharon, you like
because
giving.
let us get back to this Nigeria and Tanzania.
Oh, Sharon, no,
Wait,
Sharon.
no, we have to say something about that.
So what do you want to say?
Davido made.
But he made the money now. But he won the match. Yes, now.
So he's not happy that he
now.
instead
So,
of distributing. The money
do you know how? Oh wait, are you poor and needy? You are not. You are not
but
poor
I'm
and needy.
saying it on behalf.
Of this association of poor and needy people. All right, on behalf of these poor and needy people, Sharon has made that pledge to OBO 001. He said that he should distribute some good things for Christmas to the people that it should reach to. Please, if you are around OBO, because OBO that's not with something can make Christmas. Well, as the Commissioner of Enjoyment, joining me here, Sharon, thank you very much for joining us today, and I would like you to have a wonderful Christmas. So tomorrow we'll be here again to talk about what Christmas means to us here at Aneke TV. Thank you very much for joining. Commissioner of Enjoyment is signing out with this remark: make your Christmas worthwhile. If you must drink water. And if you must drive, don't drink. Even water, don't drink. Just maintain your steez and have a wonderful Christmas period. Thank you very much. See you next time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Who is a woman? She is not just born. She is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud, and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine, for in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
Eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
ekene gị daalụ maka isonyere anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị na nke taa ọkwa na Aneke TV ka anyị nọ. Ihe anyị na-eji neba anya bụ mkpagbu a na-afụba kịta akachacha oge ugbu a. N'ime mkpagbu a na-afụ imegide mmadụ, ịwakpo ndị mmadụ n'ike, iti mmadụ ihe dịka onye na-enwere onye inye aka. Ọtụtụ ihe a bụ ihe na-eme gọọmenti Enugu steeti wee wepụta ndị a ga-etinyezi ya n'aka ka ha lụọ ọrụ anụnwa. Abụ m Ngozi Ọtahumele, ndị mụ na ha na-eji nene okwu a tinye ọnụ na ya mmalụ ka a ga-esi wee na-eje ka obodo wee dị mma. Onye nọ n'aka ekpe m bụ Pastọ Victor Echebiri. Pastọ Victor Echebiri ya bụ Economic and Social Empowerment of Asingụ na mamara asụ oyibo. Eje m akwụkwọ abalị. Biko Pastọ Echebiri, kedu ndị bụ ndị a gị na ha na-arụ ndị social empowerment anụwa? Ọ ka mma na iji ọnụ gị wee sụọ onye unu bụ ndị jere akwụkwọ n'efufe.
Okay, daalụkwanụ. Ndewonụ ndị ọma na-ege ntị. Abụ m onye isi mgbasa ozi n'ụlọ ọrụ Economic and Social Empowerment of Rural Communities. And dịka isi wee nụ ya, ọ bụrụ na atụle ya n'ụlọ Igbo, ya bụ ndị na-afụ maka ọdịmma nke obodo, tinyekwalụ ndị a niile bụ ndị bi na ebe dịkasịrị anya n'ime obodo. Mebi ndị anụ anọcha ebe tere aka, ndị anụ anọcha ebe ịbịa n'obodo bifo irute ha ọ ga-afịa arụ. So anyị nwere nkwalite nwekwa njikere iji wee rute ha, ime ka ha bụrụ ndị ga-esonye n'ihe a na-eme n'obodo karịa inwe ihe ọbụla a ga na-eme n'obodo na mmerute ha aka. So ya ka ụlọ ọrụ anyị na-afụ maka ya, ime ka ndị nọ n'ime obodo niile wee bụrụ ndị a ga-agụnye n'ihe a na-eme.
Daalụ rinne maka nkọwa ga n'ụwa rural community ya bụ na ihe ọbụla na-eme ndị nọ n'ime obodo na-eme ka ozi ruo aga. Daalụ, ekene gị maka isonyere anyị na nketa.
Maka naanị ozi ma nkwado ma nzọpụta ma iziga ozi dị iche iche nke ruru ma nwoke ma nwaanyị, nke karịsịrị mkpa isiokwu anyị na-anya n'ụbọchị taa. So ịchịkọta ya ọnụ, ozi ekene anyị na-ezigara ha karịrị olikerika, and n'eziokwu ọ bụrụ taa ka anyị malitere ya, and anyị makwa na ọrụ anyị ga na-aga n'iru.
Daalụ, ọrụ ga na-aga n'iru maka onye ọbụla na-arụ ọrụ na-enyere obodo aka. Ekwensu ama nkwụsị nwunye. Daalụ rinne. Onye ọzọ anyị na ya so na nke tata wee bụrụ Barrister Perpetual Chime Okpara. O si na Ministry of Children, Gender Affairs and Social Development. Barrister Chime Okpara, anyị na-asị gị nnọọ na nke izu a.
Ndewo ndị be anyị.
Dịka esi wee kwuo Ministry of Children, Gender Affairs, ọ dịka n'okpuru okwu unu ka ọlụ a si wee bido n'aka unu ka ọ nọ maka ndị gọọmenti. Tupu anyị na-aga, m ga-achọ ka ịkọwala anyị ihe gọọmenti bụ n'obi wee wepụta ndị task force a ọlụ ha bụ ime gịnị? Kedu ihe gọọmenti ji wee guzo ha?
Ngwa ndalụ sọ. Ihe ụlọ anyị ihe a na-akpọ ya bụ Ministry of Children, Gender Affairs and Social Development. Tupu ọchịchị a wee bata, ihe ọ na-aza bụ ministry ndị ụmụ nwanyị. Mana gọọmenti a afụzie that na ministry ahụ ọ ha cover up ihe ha chọrọ ka ha lụọ, ewe changes afọ ha wee kpọwazie ya ministry ụmụaka, ministry nwoke na nwanyị bụ Gender Affairs, the ministry na-emepe obodo. So ka o wee nke na-afụ maka ihe gbasara ihe ụmụaka nwoke na nwanyị, because ha ma na ihe a niile bụ ihe gbasara ezinụlọ. Na ịbịa n'ezinụlọ ị ga-afụ nne, fụ nna, fụ ụmụaka, then mmepe obodo na-enwe ka esi wee mepe obodo na ọtụtụ ihe anyị na-aya kịta ama ndị so ihe ministry anyị na-afụ maka ya. And ịbịa na ihe task force anyị na-ekwu maka ya, anyị afụgo that na ahapụ sọnsọ ministry ama mecha ihe dị na gender based violence. Ọ ya mere eji wee kpọkọta ministry ndị ọzọ. Ịbịa na that task force enwe Ministry of Health, enwe Ministry of Information, enwe Ministry of Labor and Productivity, enwe ọtụtụ ministry na-afụ maka ineba anya n'ihe gbasara gender based violence, because anyị na-afụ that na the thing ọ na-akawanye njọ. So ihe mere ji wee form the task force ahụ bụ onwe ka esi wee receive distress call, ozugbo ahụ receive distress call, agbala ozugbo jee as in jee na that place and enweta the distress call wee rescue onye a ga-rescue ka then the ministry afụzie that na emere ihe kwesị ime because onwe ihe doctor ga-eme onwe ihe nurse ga-eme then emeze evidence ahụ eweta evidence ahụ anyị nwa bụ ndị lawyer nọ ebe ahụ afụzie that na ejezi court wee prosecute onye ahụ ejidere na akpa ike ahụ niile.
Daalụ sọ nkọwa ga na-egosi na ọ bụghị na ọlụ anyị gọọmenti naanị ya ilu nọ na ọka mma ka achịkọ aka ọnụ maka na Igbo si na agbakọ aka nyụọ mamịrị ọgbọ ụfụfụ. Daalụ rinne na-abịa ebe nọ Pastor Victor Echebiri ị na-anya kịta otu esi ekwu gender based violence ọ dịka ọ na-agbago n'agbanyeghị mkpu niile ọ na-eti dịka onye ntorobịa na-eto eto ọ dịghị ka gịnị kpata ọka ji agbago kama ọ ga na-adajụ
imela nke ọma ịma na ọ na-adị mma ndị Igbo si na ọ na-adị mma ịchụ ewu ojii n'ehihie tupu abalị rue ịnanya n'Enugu steeti anọ ị ga-afụ na gọvanọ anyị na-agbalị ọ na-agba mbọ ime ka Enugu steeti chịkọọ ọnụ ka o kwesịrị na ụlọ ọrụ m na-arụ ọrụ na ya anyị enwego ụdịrị ihe anụ a na-eme establish n'Enugu anụ a anyị emego ya n'Ebonyi steeti and n'Ebonyi steeti a because ọ bụrụ na na-ekwu okwu kịta m ga na-arụnye aka na ihe mere n'Ebonyi steeti because a na-esi na na-ekwu ụzọ gụọ mbụ bifo agụọ abụọ ịnanya Ebonyi steeti ugbu a na bifo ikwu okwu ihe banyere mmegbu a na-emegbu nwoke maọbụ nwaanyị nke ndị oyibo na-akpọ gender based violence tupu iweta aka ebe ị ga-afụ na ha ncha niile ga-asị gị na ọ dịchara ozi ire ka o si dịbụ na mbụ ọ bụrụ maka gịnị maka na enweziri nkwado maka na enweziri ndị akpọrọ gender based task force and ndị a bụ ndị pụtara n'ọgbọ wee nwee ike nwee nkwado site n'aka ndị gọọmenti dịka o si wee kọwa ha wee jee n'ime obodo onye megbuo nwunye ya n'ụzọ na-ekwesịrị ekwesị ha nwudo ya ma bifo ya na ihe ga-emecha yawa ga-ejizi aka ya wee kọwa onwe ya ka ije si wee pụta mana ị na-anya Enugu steeti fụ na anyị ka na-akwado so ọ bụrụ na ihe a ka bụ ehihie m ga-agwa gị n'eziokwu na Enugu steeti na-agba mbọ ime ka mgbe oge eru n'uchichi na onwezi ihe ọzọ ga dị ka gender based violence ọ bụrụ ya ga-emenwu n'ofu ụbọchị mana ọ nwayọọ ndị oyibo na-asị a stitch at a time saves a nine so ị na anyị ga-afụ na enwego nzọpụ njem nke mbụ a bụ ịkwalite ndị task force maka na ọ bụ ịnanya onwe onye na-akịrị ka a na-emegbu mmadụ ibi ya mana ọ bụrụ na ijekwu mmadụ si ya na ị na-eme ihe ọjọọ a na-eburu onye akwado onye nọ under authority onye ị na-agwa okwu nwere ike ịmagora maọbụ nwe na-ekwuwa gị isi ọ bụ maka gịnị na enwere nkwado chekwara gị echekwa mana kịta akwadolo ndị mmadụ wee nye ha ikikere ị ga-afụ na azụpụgo na njem ọ dị ka n'ụtụtụ a na grupu anyị na WhatsApp group enwere infọmeshọn etinye na enwere onye jelo na enwere keesi enweta na Independence Layout this gender based violence case anọ ozugbo enwewe infọmeshọn onye ọbụla na-atụ elu ka a ga-esi wee jee ana ama m na tupu today agasịa na that case na a ga-enwe resolve tinyere ya so ị ga-afụ that na n'eziokwu na maybe n'Enugu steeti a na-enwe maybe increase na gender based violence mana m na-achọ ime ka ị mara that from today gawa n'iru na ihe ndị a niile ga-abụ ihe ga-ebi ihe ga na-ewelata isi of ọ ga na-agbago so ya ọsịsa m nwere inye gị
daalụ barrister Perpetua ma m na onwe ihe ị ga-etinye na ya mana ọ bụ na onwe ihe ị na-etinye na ya ihe ọzọ nchọ ịgbakwunye na ajụjụ m na-ajụ gị bụ ịma oge ụfọdụ eweta ụdị mkpesa anyị agakata asị na ada emezi onye nwe tiri ihe na ya achọghọ ka anụ ya bikonu kedu ihe gọọmenti na-eme n'ihe dị ka ọnọdụ a ị ga-afụ nwaanyị di etiri tie nya ihe tinkati pan olu echi sị gị na ya achọkwa ka marriage ihe metụ marriage si hapụbazi okwu a biko ka ihe gọọmenti na-eme n'ụdị ọnọdụ dị otu a
ngwadalụrinne ihe gbasara gender based violence bụ ihe a na-akpọ criminal case and abịa na criminal case onwe ihe dịka settlement na criminal case because ọ bụ na case ahụ ga na police ihe ọ bụ commissioner of police versus onye ahụ mere ihe ahụ so ọ gakwa na high court ọ bụrụ steeti versus onye ahụ mere ihe ahụ so ọ bụrụzi case dịala onye ahụ n'aka ịbịa si oke na ọ chọrọ isetụ so ọ bụrụ case a na-esetụ once ịbịago bịa kpee complain otu esi wee nweta this distress call awere ọchịa wee jee ebe ahụ wee jee jide onye ahụ mere ihe ahụ so ọ bụgo keesi steeti ka ọ bụ so ọ bụrụzi steeti dị onye ahụ n'aka ọ criminal case ka ọ bụ
Obuno civil case am being here, Ginonya, Obuno business can get make Umwenki settle at any time on job. But in a criminal case, when you settlement, all government go there to prosecute that case from the beginning to the end. So when you settlement, Makandina Abia Pesa, Abesa Abasike just settle on and will settle on a village. There's nothing like that. All criminal case and there's no settlement.
Dalorin Pastor Victor mam no when he get no do due to ogu for do no bunde ụka soche emi. Thank God na ibu onye ụka. Pastor Victor apụta sị hey my pastor said onye isi nchụaja kwuru ọ dị ka ndị ụka esi eme ihe a because ị ga-afụ ebe ihe na-emebi asị our pastor is handling it, our pastor is handling it. Ọ dị ka ndị ụka esi emebi ihe
ịma na abịa n'akwụkwọ nsọ dị ka akwụkwọ nsọ si wee kwuo ị ga-afụkwa ọtụtụ ihe dị iche iche bụ mmegbu emegburu mmadụ nye nwaanyị nwoke nke emegburu nye nwoke mana dị ka isi wee kwuo onye metụta akwụkwọ metụ ụlọ ụka aka mụ agasịkwa na onye emetụ akwụkwọ nsọ aka akwụkwọ nsọ na-akọwara anyị bụ na ka anyị fụ mmadụ ibe anyị n'anya dị ka anyị si wee fụ onwe anyị mana ọ na-afịa arụ maka na mmadụ n'onwe ya m ga-asị na anyị hụrụ onwe anyị n'anya adịghị akwụkwọ nsọ na-asị ka anyị mee nke a bụ nke fịachara arụ karịa mana n'eziokwu akwụkwọ nsọ enyego anyị iwu anyị ga-edebe mana ọ dị ka ikwu ụfọdụ ndị bụ ndị ụka ụfọdụ ndị bụ ụmụ ndị na-abịa chọọchị ha nwere onwe nwe ka ha si wee kwado mana ekwetara m n'ezie na ndị ọ dị n'aka bụ ndị na-ekwusa ozi ọma dịka ndị a na-akpọ pastọs abụ m onye otu n'ime ha mana isi m kwuo m ga-asị na ọnọdụ gọọmenti nọ bụ ọnọdụ dịka ndị nwere ikikere karịa ihe ọbụla a na-afụ anya maka pastọs bụ under gọọmenti ka ha nọ and akwụkwọ nsọ mere ka anyị mara na ndị gọọmenti bụ instituted authority Chineke nyere na ọ bụ na ha si ụta ka ga-esi mee ya ụna ka ga-esi mee ya so ama mma pastọ na-ege m ntị ma ndị church members na-ege m ntị dịka anyị na-ekwu this afternoon ihe ọbụla bụ mmegbu a na-emegbu mmadụ ma pastọ gosi gị mechie na-emechi n'ọnụ ihe nnachi ime ka ị mara bụ ozugbo okwu a na-amalite ọ bụrụ ozi ihe dịrị gị na mmadụ ọ bụzi ihe dịrị gị na gọọmenti tinye n'aka na ya gọọmenti bịara bụ ịzọpụta gị gọọmenti bịara ikwuchitere gị ọnụ and anyị na-eyuzu opportunity a dịka mgbasa ozi na-enye ndị mmadụ si biko ndị Enugu steeti onye mechila ọnụ maka na ndị Igbo na-atịrụ na onye nna ya ziri ohi na-eji ụkwụ agbawa ụzọ m ga-agwa gị na Peter Mba kwadole ndị anụwa si biko wetara anyị okwu ọ bụ na pastọ gị si gị mechie ọnụ onwe gị na pastọ gị anụwa bụkwa onye na-practice gender based violence because ọ kwa some of ndị pastọ anụwa kacha akpa arụ mana Chineke ga-eme anyị amara mana n'ezie dịka Chineke na-eme amara o nwere ndị Chineke nyere ikikere ka ha wee site na amara ha Chineke nyere wee mee ka ndị mmadụ ghọta na ajọ ihe bụ ajọ ihe maka na ọ bụ ihe jọkarịrị onwe ya na njọ ana ihe shiri uche karịa udele na uche na ịfụrụ ihe na-achọ ọchị si na ọ na-eji uji so dịka m na-ekwubu okwu kịta ka m na-agbasa ozi mụ na onwe m na-akọndem ya na onye fụrụ ihe ọjọọ kpọọ ihe ọjọọ onye fụkwa na ewu ihe ọma ya fụọ n'ụzọ ka ihe ọma pụta ihe ya kpọọ ihe ọma daalụkwa
daalụrị nne barista Perpetua ịma na oge ụfọdụ ihe na-eme mbịa kịta anụnwa bịa ọbụbụ n'ọmụnwa ka emere ihe ọ bụ na ejekete n'ụzọ asị na ọ dị ọzọ ka ọ dị ka ewepụta eziokwu si wepụta okwu ka emezie nye ma ọ na-eme ndị mmadụ ihe ma ọgba nkịtị ka ọ bụ ụmụnwa kịta fụrụ ebe ajọ ihe na-eme bịa mee mkpesa ekpesachazie afụfụ niile ntala abụ na nkịtị tupu ị mara ihe na-eme asị gị edozigo out of court ihe nji welite okwu a ka nwa ahụ dị arọ 13 ka arọ 14 a sị na anụpụ na di ọtụtụ ndị mmadụ na-ege ntị ka amara ihe mechaa eme ruo kịta ọtụtụ ndị mmadụ amabeghị ihe na-eme maka enwe ka ofu onye n'ogbe si wee sị m wepụta ụnụ bụ ụmụ nwaanyị a na-ekwu okwu si na a na-emegide ụmụ nwaanyị nke kpesara unu ka ihe mere nwatakịrị ha dị 13 years a nụrụ kedu ihe unu mụ na-anapụta gị kedu ihe mere
daalụrị nne dịka ka m si wee kwuo before ihe gbasara cases a all criminal cases and enwere anything like settlement a ga-eme ọ bụgodị na onye ahụ achọghị ime for the fact na ojego na police make a statement onye police ahụ mekekwa statement nke ya bụ the IPO ọ ga-abịa nye evidence in court and that evidence is enough to convict onye ahụ mekpala alụ ahụ so ọ bụrụ a case of the victim isi oke na ọ chọzi ịga forward with the case the evidence of the police officer carry out investigation is enough to convict whomever the perpetrator. Then coming to this underage marriage, the matter nọ na court and matter ọbụla nọkwa na court anyị anaghị ekwu okwu banyere ya but effect m ga-agwa gị anyị nwego so far bụ na ndị obodo ahụ na yoza anyị biko anyị bịakwa na-eme enlightenment and sensitization that how ịmago oge ejide ha nwa na-akọwata that na ha the ignorance of the law na amaghọ na ha dara iwu na amaghọ na ịnụpụ nwatakịrị dị below 18 years nọ iwu ka ha mebi so kịta ha na-asịzi biko ka anyị continue kwa na-abịakwa na be ha na-agbasa ozi ka ndị mmadụ nwee ike ịma that na such a thing bụ a crime. Do you understand? So the effect dị ebe ahụ because they know that na ịnụpụ nwatakịrị ahụ na as in ọmambụ any form of advantage to them because a child of that age kwesịrị nọ na school na-agba akwụkwọ so ịbịa sị ka ịnụpụ ya this issue of empowerment of women ama mbalia because a girl of that age kwesịrị ka ọ dị educated ka o nwee aka ọlụ ka o nwee ike ịdị independent because ọtụtụ case anyị na-enweta n'ọfịs gbasara ihe domestic violence bụ maka na nwaanyị enwero aka ọlụ ọ na-alụ so ọ bịasịkwa o depende n'aka di ya for ihe niile a na-eme n'ụlọ so the thing na-ebutezi nsogbu so but ọ bụ na nwatakịrị ahapịa ka ọ gụcha primary gụcha secondary banye mahadum ifu that na ọ dị independent ọ dị empowered ọ dị ọma na-enyezi onye ya na ya bụ nsogbu so ha ndị obodo chọrọ ya and with that ihe ahụ mere ha na-akwụshizi ya kịta onwezi onye na-ekwuzi okwu underage marriage kịta.
Daalụ rinne gị bụ onye ọma na-esonyela anyị dịka anyị na-aga n'iru na nkata gender-based violence gender-based violence a bụkwa mmegide a na-emegide ndị mmadụ mkpagbu a na-akpagbu ndị mmadụ gender-based violence a bụkwa mmegide a na-emegide ndị mmadụ mkpagbu a na-akpagbu ndị mmadụ itiri onye ahụ tie ya tigbuo ya ikwurie n'ọnụ iwepụrie n'ikuku nke a na-atinye na social media ha ncha niile sokwa na gender-based violence and dị ka anyị si ekwu gọọmenti ekunigokwe gọọmenti etetegokwa n'ụla ịnụgonu ka ha si wee kwuo ya ma Pastor Victor n'ebe a ma Barrister Sylvia gọọmenti ada alarụzokwa ụla imekwa ejido gị ijekwa gị nga ka anyị gbatị ụkwụ ọ bụ na anyị ṅụọ mmiri nachite azụ anyị na-aga n'ihu. A sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka rike anyị ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị azụmahịa omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne ndị nna oge a bụkwa nke anyị sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV anyị apụọnụ. Daalụ gị bụ onye ọma ka na-esonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị na Aneke TV. Na nke taa ihe anyị na-eneba anya bụ mkpagbu a na-akpagbu ndị mmadụ. Gọọmenti wee necha anya wee wepụta ndị ọrụ ha ga-abụzi ịdị na-agagharị ama mbụzi sọsọ gọọmenti ga na-alụ ya ọtụtụ ndị mmadụ wee tinye aka task force na-asụ ọnya n'oyibo ga-abụ ebe ọbụla ọ sọkwa gị mee ya ịma na anya na-ene gị karị ọ bụ ọzọ naanị gọọmenti na-alụ ya bụ ọrụ ọtụtụ otu nọzi n'ime maka na ihe anyị na-ahụ n'oge ugbu a ọ karịzịla akarị ịnọkọta di etigide nwaanyị tigbuo ya ma nwatakịrị afọ ibie gwuo ọnya mmiri ọkụ ma onye nke afọ ihe nke na-ajụ kedu ihe ajọ ihe ji abawanye n'obodo. Ọnya ka gọọmenti ji necha anya wee sịzi na a ga-ewepụta task force ọrụ ha ga-abụzi ka adị shọ n'obodo anyị abụrụ ebe ọ ga-abụ ị na-alarụ ụlọ emeghe ofu anya gị kịta ị na-alarụ imechi anya na-abụ maka na ndụ gị dị gọọmenti mkpa. Aka m bụkwa Ngozi Ọtahumele ka anyị gbatịsiri okwu wee nachite azụ otu onye na ndị ọ bụkwa ọrụ ha ịhụ na ada emegide ndị mmadụ sonyela anyị o wee bụrụ St. Rachel Ngozi Man Ada Emma. Anyị na-asị gị nnọọ na isonyela anyị.
Ndewo.
Dịka ị na-esonyela anyị ihe anyị na-ekwu okwu bụ ọrụ ndị task force a ihe a na-alụ ka obodo wee dị mma. Na uche nke gị ọ dịka task force o kwesịrị gọọmenti o tete n'ụla n'oge?
Ndewo. Taa bụ gboo mgbe ọbụla onye ji teta ụra bụ ụtụtụ ya a sịkwarị na gọọmenti kwesịrị ime ya mana o mebeghị ya kịta o chetara ya mee ya onye ọ bụ mgbe ọ kachasị mkpa maka okwu bekee ha na-asị na nwere there is no time that is late. Anytime ị chetara ihe ahụ mee ya bụ mgbe oge ya. So ọ ezigbote ihe na gọọmenti tetara ụra mee ya. Ya bụ na task force a bụ ndị ga-ejisi ike na-eme ka ewebilata mmegide mmadụ na-emegide ibe gender based violence. Gender based violence abụke nwere ike mkpagbu nwere ike ịkpagbu nwaanyị maọbụ nwoke site na mmekọrịta. Ụfọdụ na-abụ etimeti ihe, ụfọdụ na-abụ okwu ọnụ ọjọọ, nwere ike ịbụ ihe ndị ramahụ. Ọtụtụ ndị mmadụ esigo na mkpagbu a laa na ụwa afụdebe. Ya mere na gọọmenti mere ọfụma wepụta ọgbakọ nke mmụọ na onwe m n'otu anyị sonye n'ime ya. If you see something, say something. Ọ bụ narị na efuru ebe a na-eme ihe na-ekwesịrị na a na-emegbu mmadụ na a na-akpagbu mmadụ, iwere itoolu bụ akara ndị a ga-egosipụta nwere ike nweta enyemaka.
Ndewo St. Rachel Ngozi Mang. Ka m bịakwa ebe ị nọ ọzọ, Pastor Victor Echebiri. Ihe nna-achọ ịjụ dịka oge ugbu a na-eme ihe mmemme, kedu ihe ọ dị gị ka o kwesịrị ka eme ka e wee gbochite ihe ụfọdụ anụnwa ihe mkpagbu a na-afụ maka ịpụta n'oge mmemme, oge Krismas, oge a na-agba ihe a na-agba ọ dịka mgbe a ka ha ji ihe na-aba ụba. Ọ dịghị ka onwe ihe kwesịrị ime, mmadụ kwesịrị ime, gọọmenti kwesịrị ime, nakwa ndị otu kwesịrị ime ka e wee nwee ike belata gender based violence anyị na-ekwu maka ya.
Okay, daalụkwa. Ịnụ anyị ga-afụ na oge mmemme bụ oge a na-enwe ọgbakọ dị iche iche. Mgbe agwa ka a na-enwe ebumnuche obi dị iche iche nke mmadụ nke na-afụta ihe. Mebi ị ga-afụ di na nwunye si achọrọ m ka ọ dị ona, di ya sị mgbe achọrọ m ka ọ dị ona. Mebi ha enwego plan ka a ga-esi wee celebrate December. Mana nke nwaanyị si ụna ka nchọ ka ọ dị ụdịrị akwa ka a ga-egoro ụmụ ịmago ụmụnye dị iche iche, ịmago ihe ndị ọcha na-akpọ conflict of interest. Ọ ya ka anyị na-afụ n'oge oriri na nkwari n'oge mmemme. Now ihe anyị kwesịrị na-eme ugbu a, ọ dị ka n'ụbọchị anọ anyị mere gender based violence task force launch. Anyị mere ya na Monday, ka emechara na Monday, na Wednesday ya nke emechara na Monday, Sunday nke anọ a, Sunday nke anyị ka apụta enwe ndị a na-akpọ CAG members, Community Advocacy Group, ndị Umuchigbo community n'Enugu State, Enugu East. Ha jelu na Anglican Church, which is the name of the parish, Manangelote very, very soon. Ha jere ebe ahụ jekwuru their pastors, jekwuru their venerable, si na ha bịara mgbasa ozi ka ha wee gwa ndị church na enwere ihe na-aga on n'Enugu State, and nke bụ ihe bụ na enwe mmegbu ọbụla na-emegbu mmadụ maybe n'ụlọ nzukọ maọbụ among the members, na ha dị njikere ime ka issues a niile ka ọ bụla ya ga-ewenye elu ka gọọmenti wee bata n'ime ya. Nke a bụ okenọlụ dịrị ha as CAG members, and ọnanọ anyị chanọkwa ebe a, okenọlụ dịrị anyị bụ ịtụkwa ebe a na-agwakwa ndị mmadụ si ha biko na ụna ya abago na season erimeri na nkwari, na a ga-enwekwa ọtụtụ ihe dị iche iche nke ga-amalite. Ịfọdụ na ntụkwa ebe a na ekwe m n'ezie na a ga-enwe di na nwunye nọ somewhere na-enwe maybe yes, na-enwe conflict of interest dịka anyị na-ekwu okwu kịta. Mana we are not saying na manwekwe conflict, we are not saying na manwekwe maybe issues, mana ye lead to gender based violence. Mana ọ bụ na ha adịrị aware of it, ị ga-afụ na okwu ga na-arị ibe elu. Before you know it, maybe before ehihie ụbọchị taa asị gị na nekwe na nwoke tikwe nwunye ya ihe n'ebe dota. So okenolu dịrị ndị CAG members a bụ na ha ebidogo na-eme their sensitization. Okenolu dịrị mụnwa na ebe ntụkwa ebe a bụ na imepe ọnụ m ikwu okwu si biko ọhaneze gere olu anyị si onye dịbule mmadụ ibi ọ bụ na ige ntị gender based violence dị n'iche. Enwere ndị bụ nke a na-emegbu mmegbu nke mkpụrụ obi, emotional abuse. In fact, nke anyị ga na-afụ anya na oge dịka oge ugbu a bụ nke a na-akpọ financial abuse. ime ka mmadụ mebi imegide mmadụ site na ebe onye a si alụ ọlụ maọbụ igbochi mmadụ imetụ ego aka maọbụ asị na mmadụ ejine ego dị ụta mee ihe dị ụta mebi nwoke nwere ike isi nwunye ya na dis December anụwa ego dị ụta mmanye gị ya o wee pụọ o wee bụrụ okwu o wee sewe okwu ya ka a na-afụkabe na den okenolu dịrị ndị gọọmenti bụ ịfụ na enwelite kesi a mposi anụwa emelụ GBV launch enwere ministry si bịa sign MOU eweta okwu nye ya ndị Ministry of Justice biko si ka ha welite ya enu ha eweli ya jebe eweta okwu nye ndị Commissioner of Police si ha weli ya jebe eweta okwu nye ndị Gender Affairs dịka ha na ebe a ama m na ha dị na njikere and Commissioner anyị ya na-eke ọkụ dịka mma Mrs. Ngozi Eni and ọ bụrụ na okwu lute ya aka si ya weli ya jewe ebe a ga-abụ na oruo si ka akọ ya ntụ n'isi ka ihe niile bụ ya ga-esetụlụ so ya bụ oke n'ọlụ mma bụ ihe ndị kwesịrị ịdịle ndị gọọmenti na okwu okenolu dịlu n'ụwa bụ ndị ọha na eze na-ege anyị ntị maka na ọ bụrụ na ndị gọọmenti dị njikere ime ka gender based violence bụ na ya ga-edil with ndị GBV task force members dị njikere ịbịa n'obodo ime ka onye ọbụla bụ onye bụ a perpetrator ka e nwee ike wee dowe ya n'ọnọdụ kwesịrị ịnọdụ okenolu dịrị gị mepe ọnụ ikwu okwu maka na gender based violence abụrụ omenala ndị Igbo ọ bụ arụ ọ bụ ihe ọjọọ ọ bụrụ our culture so okenolu dịrị gị bụ imepe ọnụ our numbers before I mecha broadcasting anyị ga-akpọlụ na ya so onye ọbụla nwere okenolu dị iche iche and dịka ikwu na mbụ tupu anyị bido a sị na agba aka nyụọ mamịrị bịa agba ọfụfụ so ị ga-afụ na ọbụla ofu onye ọbụlụ mmadụ niile and dịka anyị ga-etika aka ọnụ wee na-achụ ya ị ga-afụ na onwe onye ga-anya ya n'azụ si na nwanne ya nwoke na-eshi mmụọ alụkwa
ndị mgbasa ozi oke n'ọrụ dịkwa mkpa dịrị unu
onye akpata anyị ji agbasa ozi
ya ofu bụrụ unu agba nkịtị unu ti igwe na-emeje ngo na-ekwu ya mgbe ụtụtụ ehihie abalị
onye akpata anyị ji agbasa ozi a kịta ka anyị ncha niile tika aka ọnụ ka o wee na-aga n'ihu na-abịa ebe ị nọ barrister Perpetua Chima Ọkpara ịma na oge ụfọdụ gọọmenti wepụta atụmatụ ebidie tata nwanne echi ọnyụọ ka ọkụ biko atụmatụ ezigbo atụmatụ ewepụta kedu olileanya anyị nwere na ọmanyụ ka ọkụ
dalụrụ nne dịka nwanne m nwoke si wee kwuo gọvanọ anyị His Excellency Dr. Barrister Peter Ndubisi Mba o nwee zero tolerance to gender based violence o jiro ihe gbasalụ ụmụaka na ụmụ nwanyị na ụmụ nwoke egwu because it's true that na anyị na-eme emphasize on women and children but m ga-agwa gị that na o nwere some men na-asọfakwa gender based violence but due to otu obodo anyị si wee dị ifele na-eme ha ọtụtụ azin ha naghị adị free ịpụta nwoke ihe si wee mee ha due to na ndị mmadụ ga-asị onye anyị ka bụzikwa nwoke mana onye mere iwu a na-akpọ VAP Law 2019 Violation Against Persons Prohibition Law o megidere na section 1 that n'ihe ọbụla imelụ nwoke maọbụ na imelụ nwaanyị but because before iwu ahụ pụta o nwere nke a na-akpọ criminal code ahụ protect so ụmụ nwaanyị mana afụgo that na a lot of ụmụ nwoke na suffer violence onye mere ji wee wepụta this Violation Against Persons Prohibition Law 2019 na-afụ maka nwoke na nwaanyị so nwa nwoke na suffer violence ọ ka mma na o mepere ọnụ tie mkpu ihe ọbụla ndị obodo chọzigbo ikwu ma ndị society ha gwuo mana ndụ gị because afụgo na a lot of ụmụ nwoke na-anwụ n'oge kịta bụ because of ihe ha na-edi a na-asị nwoke ọ na-edi ọ bụrụ nke ọ ga-emepe ọnụ be akwa ọma mba akwa so that all those things na pile up one day fụ onye ahụ adapụ so mana onye ahụ onwe ihe na-eme ya okwu o nweta enyemaka. So Governor, be very, very supportive. Our Honorable Minister, Honorable Mrs. Ngozi Eni, they were very supportive. She's a mother par excellence. So you know, but once you go here, Ozubo, Ozendi rescue team, J rescue whomever is affected, and even a task force, sir. Again, they mentioned the members of the task force. I forgot to mention police. Nigerian police is on a task force, sir. So how I corner the ones saying what they had distress call. Is it the police because somehow with that mandate to carry out arrest, they will go and carry out arrest. Then those the other responsibilities in there. So this government be very, very supportive. That's just it. Thank you very much.
Pastor Victor mgbe ọ na-ekwu okwu ị na-achị ọchị maka na asị na ụmụ nwoke ahụ ekwu okwu ọ gịnị kpata ụmụ nwoke adị ekwudo okwu na a na-emegide ha na-anwụ ọ bụrụ ndị oyibo sị na ọ dying in silence dịka nwoke nọ n'ime anyị ọ gịnị kpata o ji afịala ụmụ nwoke arụ ikwu na a na-emegbukwe ha n'ụlọ ọ bụ ihe kwesịrị ekwesị
ịma n'eziokwu ebe m ji wee mechie my first degree n'ụlọ akwụkwọ psychology ka m gụ and o nwere ebe anyị gụgidelu na psychology wee ruo anyị si na ụwa anụ a ọ dịkwa ka anyị ga-asị n'eziokwu na ụmụ nwoke na-enwe ebe eji wee chi mgbe nwatakịrị dị n'obere mebi amụrụ ofu nwoke mmụọ nke ọzọ nwaanyị ha ma abụọ wee na-etoko nke nwaanyị mebi wee n'aka tie nke nwoke ihe o jee rịpọtụra ma ọma ihe ụmụasị ya mechie ọnụ maọbụ nna ya ka anyị yuzuo nna bikọs ndị nna bụ ndị na-eme ya mgbe niile mechie ọnụ makwa na ịbụ nwoke nwaanyị adịghị eti nwoke ihe ya ebe akwa mechie ọnụ ịfụ na mgbe ahụ ka ha na-ewelu ikikere nwa ahụ nwale iji wee kọwaa ka o si wee dịrị ya ewelu nnọọ ayọnụ dị ọkụ wee na-ada ya na-adị ya na-adị ntịla adachie ya ọnụ so ọ na-etozi eweli ya dịka ọ na-akwụwa dị na-asị nwoke ikwune na-asị nwoke aka so ọ ga-efu na ọ na-afịa ara ọdịtị na-abụgozi normal social construct so ya bụ mgbe a na-ekwu ya nọ na chọọchị bikos otu ifọkwa mụa n'ebe o nwere ụdị ihe ga-eme m biko na Chineke biko makwa mbịa na-asị ọha na eze na nwaanyị tiri m ihe mana n'eziokwu n'eziokwu ndị mmadụ ga na-ene gị anya sị gị onye nke anụ a ọ bụkwa nwoke so ifụna na enwere asị gị na iji ọnụ iji eri ji na ede asị na nwaanyị tiri gị ihe na biko na infat na-ekwesị ịkpọfụta gị n'etiti ụmụ nwoke tikwuo gị ya gba gị n'okponye gị ewu ka ewulacha gị so ifụ na all societal construct mana ya anyị na-ekwu bụ na ihe banye GBV like dịka okwu ọ bụ ihe dị njọ maka na ọ bụ na ide ya too much chee na ị ga-ekpuchi nwa ya akwa nwere ike nwoke kopụ n'ike and ị na-anya a sị na ndị dị ndụ bụ ndị na-eti aleluya ọ bụ ndị na-etoja so ọkwa onye thank you so much onye dị ndụ gbalụ first onye nwụrụ anwụ gba last isi mmadụ ka anyị na-azọ and ị na-anya ọ bụ na ị na-azọ onwe gị na-azọ ndụ gị na-azọ maka echi biko ị ga-afụ na echi ndị Igbo na-asị na ifeọma dị n'iru so biko wepụ ego gị niile wepụ ihe ọbụla bụ ihe ọbụla ga-eme gị ka iwe dịka na-ewepụgo ihe ma iji wee bụrụ nwoke biko kwupụta okwu na nwee ndị ga-enyere gị aka and iwọchị ya ndị na-ama na-eji GBV cases anụ ha bụkwa ndị azụrụ azụ ha bụ professionals enwe ya na-akpọ confidentiality nwe ka a ga-esi handle lụọ gị onweghị ga-amadị na ọ bụ gụwa bụ onye bịa rịpọtụ until okwu na-afụta nwayọ nwayọ and at the end of the day ị ga-afụ na ị ga-abụ onye nwe mmeri ị ga-abụ onye azọpụtara ị ga-abụ onye nyere aka maka na ọ bụrụ na nwoke nwunye ya na-eti enye ka m gwa gị eziokwu emeri ego gị mana mmụọ mana mmadụ maka o nwere ka ọ ga-adị n'ezinụlọ so ya mee gọọmenti ji na-asị biko ụmụ nwoke unu kwuba okwu ejie so biko ụmụ nwoke biko na anwụna o nwere ndị be anyị na-asị biko na anwụchi na anwụchi biko mepee ọnụ kwuba okwu biko na nna achịkwa ọchị maka na ọ metụtara anyị ncha niile anyị maka o si wedela anyị daalụkwa na Igbo
na-ege dịka anyị na-aga n'iru unu nwee ike ịkpọpụta akara ndị ahụ ọ ga-abụ onwe ka o si wee dịrị akpọba n'akara maka ọtụtụ nọkwa n'ihe mgbu mana ha mara ebe ha ga-aga anyị bụ ndị Aneke na-ekwe nkwa mgbe ọbụla unu chọọ ka anyị soro tibe mkpu anyị nọgide gbam anyị ga-eso na iti mkpu biko kpọpụta akara ọ ga-abụ onwe onye emegidebe onwe ike ịkpa akara ndị a
oke biko unu geenụ ntị nke mbụ bụ 07038044577 nke abụọ bụ 07035473770 nke ịtọ bụ 08159030974 nke anọ bụ 08033465907 nke ikpeazụ bụ nke ise 08160536013 kpọọ ha n'ụtụtụ kpọọ ha n'ehihie kpọọ ha n'abalị a ga-aza gị oku dịka o si wee kwesị ana a ga-enwe ọsịsa
daalụ dịka anyị na-ekpokọta okwu anyị St. Rachel Ngozi Mang Ogbom biko ihe nchọ ikwu kịta bụ ewekwe n'iwe ịma na ụnụ bụ ụmụ nwaanyị apụta ọdụka ụmụ nwaanyị ọ na-eme isi ike mmasị na ụmụ nwaanyị na-eme isi ike maka oge ụfọdụ anyị nwa na-ekwute ihe eji eti anyị gbamgbam biko ke ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ kachacha ụmụ nwaanyị ji ọnụ ha ekwute ihe eji eti ha gbam jiri ọnụ ha egbu ọjị ke ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ ha
Igbo obi bụ mma mmanụ ụmụ nwaanyị ibe m ekwuole ya a sị na ntị ga-anụ ihe abụ ụmụ ha ka ogbu ata unu anụgo ka anyị si were kwuo na o nwere ụmụ nwaanyị na-eti ụmụ nwoke ihe anyị ma na o nwere ụmụ nwaanyị na-emegbu na-abụ ha nwa na-akpagbu ụmụ nwoke anyị abịa ebe ikpechitere ụmụ nwaanyị si na ọsọsọ ụmụ nwaanyị nke ahụ abụ eziokwu o nwere ụmụ nwaanyị biko nwekwanụ ụmụ nwaanyị ọ bụ ọnụ ha na-ekwutere ha ihe nwoke ji eme ihe ọ na-eme nke abụọ na anyị na-aguzoro na-adọchitere ụmụ nwoke o nwere ụmụ nwoke na-akpa agwa ọjọọ ebe ọ dị ukwuu mana ụmụ nwaanyị anyị a sị na prevention is better than cure ịmara ihe ahụ ga-eso okwu eme na ya o nwere ihe o mere gị kpasuru gị iwe mgbe ụfọdụ nwere ihe a na-asị gị take a deep breath ibu ụzọ kuruchu ume reda ịgba nkịta ọ bụ mgbe niile a kpasuru iwe ka ị ga-eji ike sakwa ọsịsa maka ị nwere ike ịsa ya ịsa jụọ ya nke a bụ ma n'ime ụlọ ma n'ụlọ ọrụ ma ebe ọbụla dị iche iche ka hapụ inwe mkpagbu ndị a na-ekwu okwu ya anyị ga-abụ a much better society ọ bụrụ na onye ọbụla na-eme ihe ruru ya nwaanyị kọlata ọnụ ọ bụrụ na ịbụ onye ọnụ ụwa wee bilata ya mgbe ụfọdụ nwere ike agbasuo gị iwe ịhapụ ime ireat mgbe ahụ iwe dị gị ọkụ maka iwe dị gị ọkụ ahụ ireat nwere ike mebie ihe so anyị ga-asị gị biko ka obi gị dere jụ chee echebi tupu ị na-ekwu ekwukwela ka o si dị gị mgbe niile maka o nwere ike bute aghọm a na-ama mgbochi
daalụ St. Rachel Ngozi ana m asị gị daalụ na ntụnye nke a ịtụnye Pastọ Victor tupu na-asị okpukute okwu biko ka ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ onye na-ene anyị akachacha ndị ụka ihe njisi gị tinye ọnụ n'ebe ndị ụka nọ bụ na ndị ụka si emebi ihe ekwubugo m ya na mbụ ị ga-afụ nwaanyị a na-egbu ya ụkọchukwu ya sị amụma agbalị gị akwụkwọ ka iso ka nsị m gbasakwa ụlọ ọzọ na ọda eme kesọfụ Osinachi anọ ọnụ na ụka nwaanyị wee nwụọ biko anyị achọghị Osinachi ọzọ ke ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ akachacha ndị ụka daalụri nne
Igbo ugbo mma mmanụ daalụkwanụ unu ga-anụ ntị unu ga-anụ na okwu anụ anyị kpụ n'ọnụ n'ọbụ okwu gbara ọkpụrụgbọ na ndọba okwu dị ike n'ezie oge m na-eme obere research na ihe banyere gender based violence achọrọ m ka ị gee ntị o nwere ndị oyibo na-akpọ consequences ya onye ọdachi bụ ihe a na-erite na ime GBV violence n'ime ihe anyị na-ekwu maka ya nke mbụ bụ na-evute ọnwụ mmadụ isi mmadụ ga-ana ma nwoke ma nwaanyị ma nwatakịrị ma okenye nke a bụ nke bụ isi sepụ ntị ọ na-evute isi mmadụ ịna na mmụọ mana ike o nwere ihe dịka na asị na ọ bụrụ na onye chi ya sị na ọ ga-anwụ mana ọ bụrụ na ya nwere onwe ya ajụ na enwere ike ikpe ya ikpe o wee gafete onwe ya na-aga mana onye ọnọdụ niile gbalị ya gburugburu bụ ọnọdụ ọnwụ maka na onye a na-eme emotional abuse, psychological abuse, financial abuse and physical abuse biko ka m gwa gị n'eziokwu na onye a bụ onye tinye n'uche ajụrụ ajụ m na-agwa gị eziokwu so ọdachi dị n'ime ya bụ na ọ na-evute ọnwụ mmadụ nke ọzọ bụ ọ na-evute nkewa n'etiti ezinụlọ and ọ bụrụ na ezinụlọ kewa ụmụaka ga-apụta n'ezinụlọ a ga-abụ a menace to the society ha ga-abụ ndị na-enwelụ direction so ka ọ ga-esi dị mma na ụmụaka Chineke nyere gị n'oge ikpeazụ wee bụrụ ụmụaka eji eme atụmatụ ihe ọjọọ maka na ọ bụrụ na nne na nna wee nwee nkewa n'etiti ha kezi ndị ga-achịkọta ụmụaka ya bụ seeds etinyelụ n'aka gị nke ọzọ bụ ọ na-evute mmadụ ka onye abụrụ onye tinye n'uche ajụrụ ajụ especially emotional abuse ime ka mmadụ fee onwe ya dịka onwere uru ọ bara nke a bụ nke na-ewute masị psychologist enwere ndị nọ n'ụwa taa ha na-aga ikuku nwere ike ikuru ha nwụọ maka na n'ime mkpụrụ obi ha onwezi ihe ọzọ dị ebe ahụ mkpokoro anụ arụ bụzi ihe na-agagharị empty cups so biko ihe m na-ekwu bụ na ya bụ advice na-enye nchịkọtacha ya niile ị ga-afụ uru ọ dị mgbe m ga-ekwu okwu ikpeazụ m chọrọ ikwu because ọ wa slogan mana ọ dị ka a na-asị na ọ bụ na n'ijisi ike na-eti mkpu ifu na akwụkwọ nsọ na-ekwu na ilu isi nke asatọ amaokwu nke mbụ ọ sị na wisdom amamihe na-eti mkpu n'elu okwu na elu wee na-asị geenụ m ntị ma ndị na-agafe agafe ma ndị bụ mmadụ ma ndị bụ mmụọ so emchi ukwu bụ na ọdachi erika mana n'oge ikpeazụ biko si if you see something, say something. If you see something, everybody now na economic and social empowerment around communities. Our Ghana Reverend Ikechukwu Nwogu biko I need to know this biko. If you see something, say something. Ya gazelo no. Dalokwa.
Dalo. Dịka ị na-ekwukọta okwu gị barrister Perpetua Chinwe Ọkpara, kedu olileanya na ntachi obi na okwu ịgba ume ị ga-agwa onye na-enene anyị na kịta na gọọmenti nke a abụọzụ nke gara aga ebe ọ ga-abụ mmadụ buru mkpe ma onwe ihe na-eme ọma na ya jego na gọọmenti o nwere ebe o ji azụ aga?
Ọhaneze ekenekwa m unu dịka ka nsi wee kwuo before na onye dị ndụ gbara first. Ndụ a efu dị very delicate. Anybody may experience any form of violence. Ihe mechi n'ọnụ ma ị bụ nwoke ma ị bụ nwanyị ma ị bụ nwatakịrị. Biko open your mouth and speak loud with numbers a akpọ kịta toll free line. Toll free line bụ na ị na-akpọ ya o nwere cost ị ga-akwụ. So you have to call those numbers. Ozugbo ịkpọ ha na number anyị ga-send people that will come and rescue the situation. So this is not a case of silence is golden. Anybody in experience should open up and speak out so that help will come. Dalokwan.
Dalurinne, silence is golden. I walk on. Dalurinne, silence is golden. I walk on. Open your mouth and talk. We have the diamond.
Yes, so.
Ime nolu anak babugi ne megidegi. Esi no ke ga riku. Hai kedi hi ga gwa, kedi hi aga asi. Hai kedi hi ga wo mo nna gi. Mmanya niile ha ngo. Ma ogo bugodu nwatakiri a na emegide, meghe onu kwuo okwu. Maka o nwekwe megide dị n'ụlọ akwụkwọ. Ama m no na-etinyekwa ọnụ na nke ahụ. Ụdị mmegide a dị n'ụlọ akwụkwọ.
Nwe Child Right Law 2016. Ihe niile bụ maka i protect ụmụaka.
Dalurinne dịka anyị na-ekpokotie na nke ụbọchị nke tata inugo na ọ bụ na ị na-anya ebe a akpọ nọmba onwe ka esi wee na-emegide gị kpọọ gị gọọmenti ga-agbata enyemaka ndị NGO niile a na-alụ ọrụ ọbọzọ olu ofu onye ma polisi ma amị ma soja ma ndị barrister civil defense I put it to you ha ncha niile na ebe naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ kpọọ ha ị ga-afụ ihe dị iche. Dalurinne maka isonyere anyị Pastor Victor Dalurinne barrister Perpetua Dalurinne Saint Rachel Ngoziman Adena daalụ maka isonyere anyị wee ruo mgbe ọzọ anyị ga-abịakwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị na Aneke TV. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyere anyị na social media anyị na ebe ọ ga-abụ epi ha n'aka na Aneke TV na YouTube ifu ebe anyị na-ekwu ka o si wee dị anyị n'obi na Facebook anyị na Instagram na TikTok ha ncha niile ije na Aneke TV ị ga-enweta anyị. Onwe okwu ị chọrọ ịtụnyere anyị jee ebe ahụ tụnye ntụnye nke gị ị ga-afụ na ihe a niile a na-eme bụ maka ọdịmma anyị niile ọdịmma obodo. Wee ruo mgbe ọzọ aka m bụkwa Ngozi Ọtahụmele ga-emesịa.
Dedication is doing your best, even when no one is watching. It is the quiet force behind every masterpiece and every breakthrough. With consistency and focus, you don't just chase excellence, you become it. Stay dedicated, the results will speak.
Health isn't just avoiding sickness, it's a lifestyle. Eat well, sleep right, exercise, and stay mentally sound. Your body is your vehicle for life. Treat it like a treasure, not a trash can.
As the Christmas and New Year holidays approach, the Enugu State Police Command is urging residents and travelers to stay alert and prioritize their personal safety throughout the festive season. In a statement signed by the Police Public Relations Officer, Mr. Daniel Ndukwe, the command called for greater vigilance, warning that poor planning during the celebrations often leads to avoidable security and safety risks. The police are advising members of the public to plan their movements carefully, remain aware of their surroundings, and report any suspicious behavior to the nearest security agency. Travelers are also being asked to check the security situation of their routes before embarking on any journey. On travel safety, the command is reminding motorists to ensure their vehicles are in good working condition, checking tires, brakes, lights, and other key components. Passengers using public transport are urged to patronize only reputable operators at recognized motor parks to avoid falling victim to one chance and similar crimes. Residents are further advised to avoid posting their travel plans or locations on social media and instead share such details only with trusted family members. The police public relations officer also highlighted key road safety guidelines. Motorists are encouraged to keep to speed limits, avoid night travel, stay away from drink driving, and reduce all forms of distraction behind the wheel. They are also urged to cooperate calmly with security personnel at checkpoints and take regular rest breaks to prevent fatigue. For those leaving town, the police are calling on residents to secure their homes before traveling. This includes activating CCTV systems where available, avoiding predictable hiding places for spare keys, and switching off all electrical appliances. The command is also warning against storing petrol or other flammable materials indoors. Parents and guardians are being reminded to keep a close eye on their children, particularly in crowded public places, and to spend wisely to avoid financial strain in the new year. The police have also released emergency contact numbers for those traveling through Enugu State. These include the command's emergency lines on 080-320-03702 and 080-866-71202. The command and control center numbers 112 or 091-346-66668 and 091-3444-8093 and PPRO's direct line 080-217-09005. Numbers for reporting police misconduct have also been provided. And finally, the Enugu Police Command is urging residents to exercise caution, stay vigilant, and enjoy a peaceful and secure festive season. The command also wishes the public safe travels and a prosperous 2026.